How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Some idea.
I am not completely like other people.
What do you mean by that?
People dislike me because I am not completely like them. I am trying to do with my life something which few people try to do, and this influences my thinking and consequently my action.
What is it you're trying to do with your life?
Play the piano for people.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
is the end. There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final scene of
The left seeks power in every way they can. Elected seats influence and calculated plan. No scruples and CEOs, they expand their cultural control. Soft power whispers shaping their utopian goals. Once in power, they destabilize the norm, creating chaos, making society swerve. Problems they orchestrate by design, blaming capitalism for the pain, a clever lie. These are the four goals of the world. Embedded actions, words they invoke. From pushing equity to Marxist dreams. In the dance of power, scheme and scheme. In every move, search and the please. Remember, nothing's ever as it seems. Next capitalism, they fiercely assail. In every speech, it's the villain they unveil. From racism, patriarchy, they rail. Ain't known, ain't nothing, and way they prevail. Ushering in their Marxist utopias, the end game. The turmoil and strife they aim to overthrow the old. Establish their claim, the vision they abolish everything. Blaming capitalism for the pain, a clever lie. These are the four goals of the world. Embedded actions, words they invoke. From pushing equity to Marxist dreams. In the dance of power, scheme and scheme. In every move, search and the please. Remember, nothing's ever as it seems. It's a mess.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Happy inauguration morning. I hope everyone is doing well. I have got some MSNBC coverage of the inauguration pulled up here for our entertainment. And listen, I really think MSNBC is probably going to be the most entertaining thing to watch. I mean, we can watch Fox News, we can watch CNN, we can watch some other stuff too, but I do think that MSNBC is going to be, probably an entertaining option for us as we welcome, why did my screen just go black? Was we welcome Donald Trump back into the White House. Listen, I know that, why is my screen black? It's not black on my end. Weird. Well, it was just working a second ago, so we're gonna, and now it keeps flickering black. What the hell? Is this not allowing me to do screen sharing? It allows me to do screen sharing when I do it that way. Well, I guess that's all that matters. Anyway, we'll come back to that. Yes, we are going to be watching Nick, but Nick isn't live yet, so Nick has to be live before we watch him. So I've got Nick's Rumble channel up. Nick is not live yet, so everyone calm down. Everyone calm down. I've got some other stuff here pulled up in addition to MSNBC. We just got a general live feed. This is the feed outside of the, I guess, the Capital One arena where Trump is going to be after he gets sworn in. I mean, I got to be honest, like, I feel so bad for all of these Trump supporters who spent thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to come to Washington, D.C., and they don't even get to go to anything. It just sucks, man. It sucks. But, it was probably because of a security reason. I don't think it's because of the cold. I mean, it actually looks to be like a pretty nice, like the sun is shining. There's no snow. Like everyone's standing outside. Everyone would have survived standing outside. So I don't think this was about the weather at all. I think this had to do with some sort of security concern. So we will be watching that. Is that still? Nope. See, now it's black again. How weird. But if I tune into the tab, then it's fine. So maybe Comcast has some weird screen sharing thing on it, but it works when we just do the tab. I don't know. So people are filing in for Trump's inauguration. I think I just saw Jeff Bezos filing in. Another thing we're going to be watching today is we are going to be watching protest coverage. So this is Breakthrough News. Breakthrough News is going to start streaming, I guess, in about a couple hours around noon. Well, it is my husband's employer, so let's be nice. So we are going to be watching protest coverage today as well. And so that's going to start streaming around noon. This is a leftist YouTube channel that does a lot of on-the-ground protest coverage, so we are going to be watching them. And we're going to see what's what, and I want to see how many groups are coming out today. I think the protests are going to be large today, and I think the people that you're going to see today protesting are going to be much more leftist than we saw on Saturday. And Saturday was pretty effing leftist, if we're honest about it. But there are some groups coming out today. There's groups associated with, Code Pink is there, but Code Pink is honestly not like the most leftist organization. Code Pink is a Maoist organization. There's Party for Socialism and Liberation that's going to be there. There's a lot of immigration rights groups that are going to be there. There are Antifa groups that are going to be there. And so we're going to see some stuff, and we'll see how big the protests are going to get. It might also depend on the weather and how much they feel like going outside, but I guess we'll see there. And so that's what we're doing today, guys. Now, as a reminder, if you want to support the work I'm doing, head over to karlyn.substack.com, where last night, if you guys want a little bit of a treat, last night I posted this article about the queer therapists. Because do you remember this guy? Do you remember, this, they, them, Fay Fair? Do you guys remember Nix? See, we covered Nix last year. Nix is a queer psychotherapist that provides training for other therapists in New York about how to treat trans kids. Well, guess what? Nix is part of a queer therapy collective that I just found out about called the Quillective. And I took the liberty of breaking down the Quillective's website and identifying all of the socialist language and putting descriptions to all of the socialist language on their website. And as you can see, there's a lot of socialist language on their website. There's a lot of socialist language on their website. Like, it's just like goes, I ran out of room to be able to put arrows. There is so much socialist language on this website. And so Nix works with a team of people that 100% of the therapists in the collective use they them pronouns. They all use they them pronouns. Every single one. And they are a collective that is in favor of collective liberation. I mean, it's just like, it's amazing. And this is the best part. They will write letters to trans your kid after only 4 visits. So 4 hours worth of therapy, and you get a letter saying that you can cut off body parts. So that's real nice. That's real nice. They offer all sorts of workshops, and they are licensed by the state of New York to do so. So you can find out about the collective and get some decoded leftist language over on the Substack right now. That is Carlin, KARLYN.substack.com, where I am covering the far left that no one else is covering on the internet. No one else is telling you these stories. No one else is going into queer therapy collectives and breaking down what they're doing and showing you what they're actually teaching and licensing and all that stuff. People think that woke is dead under Trump. No. Woke is just getting started. They're going to be recruiting more than ever under Trump. They're actually very excited about it. So if you want to follow along, head over. You can sign up for email updates for free. If you want to support the work I'm doing, it's $8 a month, $80 a year, and I really appreciate it. 2 ladies, much love to you all. Been fighting the school system, trying to go after me for homeschooling. Fight the good fight, 2 ladies. We love you. Thank you for starting us off with a $10 super chat today. And guys, another thing you can get today, and you know what? I said I was taking it out of the store. I said I was, but I decided that, you know what? Like, there's just no better way to celebrate Trump's inauguration than the Golden Trump Last Laugh mug. So this actually has a picture of Trump on it, and it says always get the last laugh, and Trump is certainly getting the last laugh today, and people love the Golden Trump mug, and I've decided to make it 25% off just for today. Just today. And so you can get the Golden Trump mug by heading over to the Unwoke Art store, which is unwokeart.com, and it's right on the homepage. So just go down to the homepage and click into it, add it to the cart. The discount will automatically be applied. You don't need a discount code or anything. The discount is already set up, and that is a discount for today only in honor of Trump's triumphant return to the White House. I have never gotten so many compliments on any piece of merch that I've ever made as I have the iconic, the classic Golden Trump mug. You can also get all sorts of other cool merch in the store, including the Be an Outcast design, the Fascist Definition design. You can get the Red Menace collective, the McCarthy Was Right collection. We've got a ton of anti-communist stuff in the store, and all my designs are awesome, and I have the best anti-communist merch on the internet. And yeah, so Kazmar uses her Golden Trump mug every morning. Look at that. Jess got that for her father-in-law, and he loves it. You ordered a shirt today. Thank you. I appreciate that. So head over to the Unwoke Art store. All purchases do go to support the work I'm doing, and I really appreciate it. All right, let's tune in. Let's see what's going on in the land of MSNBC. My browser keeps reloading for some reason on Comcast, so I don't know what's going on there. Let's see what's going on. Joy Reid.
Who is awake
Joy Reid is
to
talking.
what we are experiencing in this country, and who thinks it's fine.
Joy is
Because if you
very
think
upset.
it's fine, we can't be friends.
Here's Douglas Emhoff,
Oh,
the
Joy
second
Reid is
gentleman
very upset.
leaving the White House. We just saw Rudy Giuliani,
Oh, that's too
who's
bad.
lost his law license for the way that he tried to keep Donald
Rudy's
Trump
there?
in office after he lost the 2020 election. Douglas Emhoff, accompanied there by Usha Vance, who will be the second lady. She's the wife of Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. Jen Psaki, you've been there as on transition days.
Many.
There's a lot has to happen. A lot logistically has to happen, but it's also a very emotional day for everybody on the outgoing team.
Very much so. It is a very, in many ways, a wonderful tradition, a strange tradition that this morning, as of this moment, Joe Biden is president, Jake Sullivan is the national security advisor, Jeff Zients is the chief of staff.
Thank you.
And in
Thank
an
you,
hour and
Julietta.
a half, Donald Trump will be president. Mike Waltz will be the National Security Advisor, and Susie Wiles will be the Chief of Staff. And there is no holding on crises that are happening. They then have the negotiations over the second round of the ceasefire in their hands. They have what to do about the wildfires in their hands. And normally, through transitions of power, there is a continuity of a belief in doing what's right for the American
Certainly
people.
Certainly going to be a liberal Tuesday.
I know, Joy, but this is the point. I was there when we transitioned from Bush to Obama, and obviously they had significant disagreements. I mean, Barack Obama ran in the primary essentially against Bush's engagement in the Iraq War. That's how he won the primary in many ways. And it was during a financial crisis, and they welcomed all of us in. They welcomed the economic team in. There was an intertwined meetings with members of Congress and an agreement, even if they didn't agree on every aspect, that we needed to address the crises the country was facing. That's how it's supposed to work. But the other tradition that's very strange that I was thinking about this morning is the president wakes up in the White House. There is a team of people in the residence who essentially flips over the entire residence in a matter of hours.
Yeah.
It's like an Airbnb, and exactly, a very nice Airbnb. And it's strange for the residence team as well, because even though they serve presidents of different parties, they're serving very different visions of the country, and they have to put that aside, but that is the responsibility of them to
I do enjoy the ceremony of the inauguration, I will say that.
First Lady Melania Trump might not come back to the White House and might not stay there. She has since confirmed in an interview that she will move to the White House, but she will also spend time in Palm Beach. She will also spend time in New York. I was reading this weekend about some of the logistics of the way the house gets flipped over between first families. Ronald Reagan and Nancy Reagan sold the entire contents of their home when they moved to Washington, and so they had all of their furniture to move in with them. Hillary Clinton's stuff got moved out, including the stuff she was supposed to wear to the inauguration. And they had to scramble to find all of her stuff. Her shoes had been put in Chelsea's closet. Nobody had any idea how to find them. When Jimmy Carter and Rosalind Carter moved in, the single large piece of furniture that they moved into the White House, the one item was her sewing machine. Like, these little details, these very human details, remind you that these are families, these are individuals, they have individual interests, they have tastes, they have values, a lot of which will be reflected in the gritty details of what happens today.
Jen's point there about that 2008, 2009 transition and the fact that it was in the midst of the financial crisis. I mean, the timing of that, if you go back and think about it, is insane, right? It's like craters right before the election, then after the election, then all this stuff is happening we all know now the Grover Cleveland trivia question, right?
Yeah.
And one of the things that's really interesting about that, and a really thing to keep in mind that I've just really tried to teach myself,
What's the
particularly
Grover
after COVID,
Cleveland
is
trivia question? Does anyone
events
know?
drive so much about history, and no one knows what's coming down the pike. Grover Cleveland had triumphantly pulled off exactly the same comeback Trump had. Right? He'd lost and then he'd won. And then right before he took office, the crisis of 1893 starts. And it's one of the worst financial panics the country has ever seen. Plummets the country into total chaos. He has to take a bunch of emergency steps to attempt to forestall it, is fundamentally unable to. And
the Pullman strike happens, which completely paralyzes all commerce in the country. Yeah, it's crazy.
And so Cleveland comes in with, riding high. I'm like, I've pulled off this great comeback. And just immediately, right into disaster and crisis. And I think the thing that I'm hoping for here, strongly, because I think about that transition,
Look at how
is like,
few people get to go to the inauguration. This is just sad.
Really rooting for the country.
Sad.
Really rooting against crisis and disaster.
This is not how an inauguration should be.
And really hoping that this country's resilience in all of its glory, which is all the different parts of what makes America America. It's not just one person who occupies a single office. It's all the institutions, it's civil society. Dr. King never held elected office, but he towers above the vast majority of those who ever have. Those folks are all still here from one day to the next. The occupant of that bedroom changes, but all of that parts of America are still there from one day to the next.
Except accept that the promise of the incoming administration is to wipe away the civic memory of Washington, to get rid of and to fire all of the people who normally transition as civil servants from one administration to the next.
Fires
the
everyone.
promises on the table are 200 some odd executive actions, an attempt to get rid of birthright citizenship. An attempt to do mass deportation, which we thought was being threatened on the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago, apparently, which said, yeah, you can't come here and do that. And maybe they backed down. We're talking about an attempt to portray
Melania
this peaceful
looks
transition
fabulous.
of power
Come on,
with
that
people
hat,
who were convicted in the insurrection attempt attending, with the person who fomented the coup being sworn in as president, essentially a delay in the completion of the insurrection. The idea that the institutions will hold, we just had a content of their character election. And the person didn't get elected due to the content of their character, to use the phrase, the only thing that some folks on the right remember about Dr. King. And so we've now, I believe that this idea of the institutions, which the Bidens clearly, truly believe in, have been completely exposed by this election. I was talking with Michael Steele, former RNC chair, outside. When Trump came in the first time, I obviously was not a fan, had never been a fan. I didn't even watch The Apprentice, so I wasn't a fan. But I had to admit that, you know what, Mark Milley, that's a brilliant dude. You know, so some of the people in his cabinet, they seem pretty normal. I haven't gotten to know Olivia Troy. It's a brilliant, that's a upstanding, good person. This time, are we talking about quality nominees? Marco Rubio is the best choice of all of them. You go down the list of the people, it's no longer a content of their character or great meritocracy. Now it is people Trump likes to see on television. It's people he thinks will praise him. It's people who will give him what he wants and allow him to do
Susie Wiles,
to the American
Trump's chief
people,
of staff.
to immigrants whom Jesus loved. This is supposed to be the great Christian president who is promising to attack immigrants, trans people who are already vulnerable. These are some of the executive orders.
Not trans people.
Is the point of this coming administration. So it is very hard for me to look at this spectacle of the takeover of the United States by a base mentality of greed and corruption and say the institutions will save us, because they've not done well for us so far.
We just saw Susie Wiles, the incoming White House chief of staff, there in conversation inside the rotunda. We've seen the First Lady.
Joy is having a meltdown.
Outgoing First Lady and incoming First Lady,
Joy's
Joe Biden,
not having a good
and Melania
day.
Trump leaving the
That's
White House
all right.
together.
That's why we're watching
now expecting
MSNBC.
the outgoing and incoming vice presidents. There they are, Kamala Harris and J.D. Vance. Senator Deb Fischer walking the two of them out. Looks like a serious moment.
Not warm.
For Vice President Harris and for J.D. Vance. Is he scooting in behind her? Aren't you supposed to go on the other side?
Joe
He did call
from
her the
Snow.
trash. I will note.
Greetings, Joe.
Yes.
You're going to
He did call her to
Finland.
scoot
Oh
over.
my gosh, that's going
She's
to be an
like,
adventure.
we're not friends. We can't
Well,
be
good
friends.
to
we
see
don't
you,
know. We
Joe.
don't know
Thank
what's
you for
going on
stopping
between
by,
them.
and thank you for the super
So
chat.
they are.
I'm projecting my own thoughts.
We are, so seeing the vice presidents, the outgoing and incoming vice presidents there, which means what we will next expect
Finland.
is...
I don't even know anything about Finland.
Outgoing President Joe Biden and incoming President Donald Trump
Except I know
getting
it's
in
cold.
the car together. Again, that is something that should be happening technically for the second time, but Donald Trump did not attend the last time when Biden was succeeding him. Let's bring into the conversation now our friend, NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss, who's watching these scenes along with us. We're seeing
Mike
Speaker of the House,
wife.
Mike Johnson, entering the rotunda there. Michael Beschloss, it's great to have you here. Obviously, this is only the second time we've seen it inside. This is only the second time we've seen a non-consecutive second term from a U.S. president. What's on your mind today as we're watching these proceedings start to get underway?
Well, you know, historically, I've been trying to think of transfers of power in American history that were more dramatic than this, a bigger change between the predecessor and the successor. Maybe Obama to Trump, but as you have all been saying, I think in retrospect, Trump's first term is going to look much more moderate and much more establishment than perhaps this one is. Usually, you know, there's an almost forced contrast between an outgoing president and an incoming president. Dwight Eisenhower in 1961 was 70 years old, which was the oldest president of the time. John Kennedy was 43, the youngest elected president. And not only their ages, but the fact that they came from different parties.
No, I just don't think
and
Michelle
Kennedy
is going.
Criticized Eisenhower
They didn't break up. They had dinner the other
during the
night.
campaign. So Eisenhower, in that famous speech about the military-industrial complex a few days before he leaves, says America is awesome. We've got this enormous military. We've never been more economically successful. And then Kennedy comes in and goes to Congress about 10 days after his inauguration and says, we meet in an hour of maximum danger. Before my term is ended, we may have to test anew whether a nation organized and governed such as ours can endure. That's a question today.
Michael, 4 years ago looms large today for a lot of reasons. Obviously, it was the preceding inauguration, but we had a very unusual situation in which Trump refused to attend. We had 25,000 troops guarding that inauguration 4 years ago. We had a 7-foot-tall, non-scalable fence. We had razor wire surrounding the Capitol. That was Joe Biden taking office, not only in the depths of the worst economic crisis
They cordoned off the entire Capitol because of January 6th. I totally forgot about that when Biden got inaugurated.
In a century, but also
that was
2 weeks after the United States had endured the largest and most violent attack on its democracy since the Civil War.
Yes,
that is
January
where Joe
6th
Biden
was
started
the
this.
worst day in the history of the
He
world.
is leaving the presidency with us out of the COVID crisis.
You can see the result of January 6th right here.
That is being described literally as the envy of the world, with historic investments in infrastructure that I single out specifically because they are likely to pay off economically for all 4 years of this next term of the new president. The transition here is also one of just marked contrast in terms of
January
what
6th
Joe
was
Biden was
fun.
able to turn around.
And I'm tired of pretending
in
it wasn't.
country. And I
I
wonder
loved
if
being
there
there
are
on
parallels for
January
that.
6th. It was
I
awesome.
think there are. And you remember a second ago, I was saying that the outgoing president has an interest in saying how good things are, which
the only
Joe
thing
Biden
worse than
can
January 6th was
justifiably
October
do, just as you
7th.
said,
True.
Rachel. And then the incoming president comes in and says something like, we're amid a scene of American carnage, as
so this is
Donald
what
Trump
I
did
want.
at the beginning of his first
I
term.
want to know what he's signing for executive
what we have heard
orders.
about the inaugural address
That's
today
what
would
I'm
suggest
very,
that
very interested
he is
in
going
today.
to take option
Oh,
B.
there he is. There's
Senator
Trump.
Amy Klobuchar walking Donald Trump and Joe Biden out of the White House.
There he is. Yes, I will be covering the protest. Coverage of the protest hasn't started yet, so we're just enjoying ourselves for right now. Coverage of the protest will start about noon, but we're going to listen to Trump's speech, but then we're going to look back and forth between the protests and other stuff going on. This is going to be coverage for a while, guys.
We
so
tend to get little.
It's still early. Relax.
Many years after the fact, as to
relax.
what happens between
everyone,
and
calm down. Go get a cup of coffee.
But this is a very unusual. This is a very unusual part of this day in terms of the personal dynamic between these two men.
No doubt. It reminds me very much
well,
of
we're going to
how,
watch the
we
inauguration
felt
and we're going
at
to
the
watch
end of the
Trump's
Obama
speech, but we're also
administration
going to
when
check
Trump
out
was coming
protest
in,
coverage
when I used
too.
to say,
It's going to be
I know
coverage
we
all
feel
day,
like
guys.
we're living a double life. We have a feeling about this guy coming in, and we have a feeling about what he's going to do. But President Obama has asked us to be graceful and to welcome them. And I think Joe Biden, which everybody in the Democratic Party is not going to support, has made the decision that the best way to return to norms is to behave in the way that history has been normal, even when there are strong disagreements between presidents. But it doesn't make it any easier or any more pleasant. I was at the White House last week because Karine had her last briefing, and it was a period of time where a lot of people had left because people gradually leave the White House and then people gradually come in. And I was checking in at the same time where a number of incoming Trump officials were checking in. And that is what it has been like the last couple of weeks. So it is quite challenging. I did have one other, just I was thinking about what Joy said. In that, I feel like one of the things I've been thinking about, just having been there for so many transitions, is this evolution of my own perception, maybe all of our perception of like Trump's power. Because when he was elected, it was this shock. And it was, what is he even going to be able to do?
I think Trump's going to be able
How
to
is he
do
even going to
more
be able
now
to govern?
if
They
he
weren't ready
wants
to accept our binders. They didn't know how to approach governing. And he was very much felt like the outsider looking into Washington. And now, and there's so many symbols of this today, he is kind of the insider deciding who is on the inside of Washington. And that is a very strange
That's what
evolution.
It should be.
I mean,
That's what it should have been the first time.
Washington, he's long been the leader of the Republican Party.
Trump.
Maybe he's become the swamp. But that there are so many times where we doubted his rise again to power, and today it is a reminder of that.
Well, I guess the only thing that I think is different is it's not this skillful grabbing of the levers of power. It's changing the definition of power.
Yeah.
To harken back to your open, Rachel, it's not skillfully saying, now I know how to negotiate Mideast peace, and they've been very involved on that one issue. But it's saying on day one, I'm going to challenge whether the Constitution applies to me and whether the laws of the land apply to me. So it's actually grabbing the levers of power and shattering them as well, and testing on day one whether the Constitution, and we've had glimpses into this, that I'll be a dictator on day one. That's not an investigative journalism finding. That's a declaration on Fox News to Sean
I hope
Hannity,
Trump
who said,
says
you
that
don't
in
mean
his
that.
speech,
He said,
in his inauguration speech.
And then testing whether the laws of the land apply to him.
Assholes,
Again, not
the
something
games are
unearthed
over.
in a FOIA.
Give me the
but
executive
something
orders.
He posted himself on his own social media platform and saying, I will ignore
I want
the
a
laws
full
upheld
list of
by
all the
members
executive
of the
orders
United
that are
States
being
Supreme
signed.
Court and the ban on TikTok.
In terms of the visuals that we're seeing here, you see sort of sparse crowd of pro-Trump, seems to be pro-Trump supporters on the side there. We also passed the empty stands, which would have been for the risers for people to watch the inaugural parade. The inaugural parade will not happen outdoors. Chris?
Boo.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like one of the things that we're all wrestling with, and Jen, I think you articulated as well, is there are sort of two twin impulses at this moment. One is to observe dutifully with fidelity the traditions of the peaceful transfer of power, because that's precisely the part of the constitutional order that Joe Biden, the Democratic Party, the pro-democracy part of the country wants to see upheld, and at the same time not pretending that what's happening isn't happening. And
I've been telling you guys this was going to happen. I don't know why you didn't listen to me.
One of the things that I think I've seen a little bit in terms of people talking about this day is that someone winning a national election,
you wait until
it's
this
important
summer.
that they
You wait until the spring.
be given
You wait
the
until
tools
the summer.
through transition to
Because
govern the country. It's
remember,
important that we have a
it's
peaceful transfer of
cold
power.
right
In fact, I think
now.
it's important the sitting president
Wait
is
till it
sitting
gets
in that
warmer
car right
out.
now with the incoming president. It's important that he's there.
They're going to be recruiting all
But that also
four
doesn't mean that the
all 4
criticisms of
years.
him were not right.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't
all 4
mean
years.
that civil society can't express dissent. It doesn't mean all of those things. We've had presidents before who were reelected, Richard Nixon, George W. Bush are two I think of, who in the end ended up leaving the office where what the critics had said about them, I think, was largely borne out. And so both of those things can sit next to each other. The sort of traditions of the peaceful transfer of power that we're witnessing here, which are important to observe. It's important the president of the United States right now is in there with the incoming president. I think everyone understands the importance of that. But it's also not the case that people have to go out of their way to pretend that what is happening isn't happening.
It's also just, I should just note, a remarkable thing that we're seeing here is an empty Washington.
Yeah, it is. Aren't there hundreds of thousands of people there?
Yeah, I mean, you can see some people there on the side. It's sort of sparse. There are some Trump supporters who are there, but there are not very many people there at all. And
because they're all trying to get into the rally.
Not visible in large numbers.
They're all at the arena trying to.
This weekend in Washington,
MSNBC's like, no one even cares about seeing Trump getting inaugurated. No, they're all waiting in line
but
at
also
the
Trump
arena.
supporters
Is what's
there
happening.
in much smaller numbers.
Duh.
And that may be because the inaugural festivities have been moved indoors. But honestly, I expected this. Somebody there with the Ukraine flag. I doubt that's a Trump supporter.
Probably not.
I expected this shot that we had here to be 20 deep on both sides of the street the whole way up, and it's really not.
Because they're
It reminds me a little
line
bit. Forgive me for making this analogy, but it reminds me a little bit of the predictions of mass crowds for Trump at each of his indictments and court proceedings. And we saw these small little gaggles of people. Certainly, his supporters turned up, but not in numbers that were anything like you would think from the discourse around it.
And also, Joy mentioned this before, but the coldest morning I've ever spent in my life was 6 a.m. to 1 o'clock on January 20th, 2009.
Radical revolutionary socialists are not the same as globalists. You don't even know who your enemy is, bro. You gotta tune in and learn.
I mean, truly freezing.
You don't even know who your real enemy is.
You know, it bro. To the kind of
I know. We're going to be watching Nick because I know.
MAGAism isn't a
Thank
mass
God.
movement.
Nick
it isn't
is
a broad
back.
movement among
Almost.
the American people. It's a movement about a third of American adults. It's not a movement of great popular culture. I think
Nick.
Snoop has found that out over the weekend, and Nelly have found out that, oh, wait a minute, it isn't a broadly beloved movement. And I think this kind of speaks to it. And when you think about it, it is a movement driven, in some sense, by people like Leonard Leo, who constructed the court that immunized Donald Trump from criminality. Essentially, they said Trump essentially is the king. But throughout the history of monarchies, kings have not always been wildly popular. King George was so unpopular, the U.S. left the kingdom to form a separate country, the United States. So if he is the king, that does not mean that he is a beloved and broadly loved king.
Joy Reid is coping so hard. This is exactly what I wanted this morning.
And Elon
Are you guys
Musk
having fun listening to Joy Reid
$200 million and waving $1 million around in the state of Pennsylvania, an election in which he was able to win with roughly the same number of people who voted for him the last time. And with 19 million voters on the other side staying home.
Wrong. You have no idea what you're talking about. And people like you are the reason the left will win, by the way. People like you who have no fucking clue what you're talking about, and you refuse to listen because you're fucking pig-headed. You are the reason the left will win, bro.
You can only earn that
sit the fuck down.
Results. His first
sit down.
administration
you don't
did not
know
have
anything.
Great results. It had
Come
1 million
on.
people dead of COVID.
My
so
God.
you have to earn that. And he can purchase.
Conservatives are the reason that the left will win, bar none, because they refuse to listen and they refuse to look at reality.
Pre-inaugural rally show that he had
did you send in a power chat? I have to do that separately. Sorry, hang on.
The sort of key, the key phrase.
Thank you for sending in a power chat.
Led up to his big remarks.
I'm going to get it pulled up separately.
I will act with historic speed and strength and fix every single crisis facing our country.
So guys, power chat, I can take super chats. It just doesn't display on the screen because I haven't set it up correctly yet. I don't know how to do it. But I can read your chat and I can look at videos and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
I just need a minute to log in.
What's been going through your mind?
I feel like we all have feelings about what's happening, but I keep thinking about the larger audience for this, right? There's obviously the domestic audience. In particular, I think of the migrant families, both documented and undocumented.
Thank you. The one truth over on Power Chat, Trump plans to not use the King James Bible and instead his own RSV. The empire was founded with the King James Bible. I don't think that Trump is planning on using that particular Bible. So so what I heard is that Trump is going to use the Lincoln Bible and like a personal family Bible. I don't think he's planning on using that one though, but I guess we'll see. Hey, thanks for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Or the power chat.
People of Panama, Greenland, and Canada, who probably are scratching their heads right now.
Him too. The classical liberals and the fucking thick-skulled conservatives. True.
I think that there's a lot of trepidation.
Yep, the left is going to win. Yes, they will. And people who are hinged into reality know that.
I do believe Donald Trump when he says he's going to try and do.
Guys, I know everyone's excited that Trump's getting inaugurated today, but can we just remind ourselves that even if Trump eliminates every single DEI program in the government, that doesn't actually stop the left at all in any way, because DEI is a low-level delivery mechanism of Marxism. It's not even the main delivery mechanism that they have. So, yeah, the left is going to win, and people don't know that because conservative influencers lie to you.
Just arrived.
We'll go to Nick when he actually goes live. We're not going to go to him right now.
Comeback after a clear victory in November, but also someone who left this
We're not going to
Capitol
go and
4
sit
years
in
ago
Nick's
as something
lobby.
of a pariah, in large part because of what
go to
happened
Nick when he
inside
goes
that
live.
Capitol on January 6th. But he rebranded that as a day of love. He rebranded his own
January
presidency.
6th was a day of love.
He rebranded the Republican Party, and now here he is with Joe Biden. Though, as I was listening to your conversation, I was reminded that in many ways it's exactly what Joe Biden talked about in his farewell address, right? About how now it becomes
I've got Power
everyone's
Chat up now, so if you guys
responsibility.
want to
The
send in
very
super chats that way, you can. It just won't read on the
ever
screen,
covered in
and I apologize about that. It's just the way it
Bill
goes.
Clinton.
For right now, hopefully I'll get it
Angelou
figured out
wrote
eventually.
an extraordinary poem called
Trump
On the Pulse
is
of
there.
Morning, and one of the lines is, "Lift up your hearts, each new hour holds new chances for a new beginning. Do not be wedded forever to fear, yoked eternally to brutishness." It feels very much like the same message that Joe Biden was sending. And so while, yes, this is a moment where he is showing his belief in the Constitution and traditional norms, him being here, Barack Obama, George W. Bush, Bill Clinton, more than photo ops, Mike Pence being here, the two women that Donald Trump defeated, Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton. It goes beyond that.
There's
it really
Elon
is,
Musk
I think,
and the guy
for
that
them,
runs
an
Google.
important symbol
All the tech
of
bros
the
are
message
there.
they want to send on this day that belongs to Donald Trump. He said 4 years ago, we'll be back in some form, and that form now is, as we watch the folks coming around in the motorcade, that form is soon to be, once again, President of the United States, Rachel.
Chris Jansing for us at the Capitol as we watch their J.D. Vance and his wife Usha arrive. We've just seen the Senate leadership and House leadership arrive, including Democratic leader Chuck Schumer and the House leader, the Senate leader Chuck Schumer and the House leader Hakeem Jeffries.
I didn't even see Rumble. $100 super chat on Rumble from Guardianship. Thank you, Guardianship, for the nice Rumble rant. I do appreciate it.
At least been having a conversation. It's a good reminder.
Thanks so much. I apologize I didn't look over on my other screen and see it earlier.
Which is not necessarily, they're both big, tall men, which you don't necessarily get the sense of in any sort of way.
Thank you guys for supporting the work I'm doing. I really do appreciate it.
Dana White, the mixed martial arts promoter, Miriam Adelson, the
Miriam Adelson, who gave Trump $100 million and speaks with an Israeli accent.
The heir apparent to a very important luxury conglomerate.
Would that be the very fancy Czech?
That is actually the blonde in the middle.
She doesn't. Rachel Maddow doesn't know who Miriam Adelson is. That's funny.
Thank you.
Yes.
See, we're all going to have to learn a new visual.
Funny.
A visual cast of characters here at this point. Again, it's very unusual in terms of the staging here because everybody is crammed into the Capitol Rotunda for this. This has happened, as we've been talking about.
I do like the ceremony of all of them being announced and coming in and all that stuff.
I honestly would expect, here comes the cabinet nominees, led by the very controversial defense nominee, Pete Hegseth. I would have expected, now that we've seen President Biden and President Trump arrive, I would have expected everybody to be seated and this all be sort of more settled down by now. But as you see, it's all still sort of settling into.
There's real world Sean Duffy.
Settling into whatever this is ultimately going to look like. Nicole, as you watch this, obviously there is a return to normalcy here in the outgoing president respecting the process that is happening. When Trump broke that precedent 4 years ago, I think it was an open question as to whether or not that precedent was then permanently broken.
There he is.
President Biden and his whole administration choosing to restore what had previously held since the Civil War era.
Doge isn't even official office, and Vivek's still in the cabinet, apparently. All right, well, cool.
To me, it was
I'm glad to see Vivek there, Tulsi.
I think there's the exercise today of holding today up to history, and then there's the exercise today of holding today up to the last today, right? So the last today was the first time this happened, and I
like
think
Vivek. I don't care what anyone says. I like
read
Vivek.
A different sort of
I like
of
Vivek
clips today. I read about Trump's FOMO for Bastille Day and the North Korean military parades. When he was president last time, he had a real fetish for what happened in France on Bastille Day and all the pageantry. And Rachel, as you're commenting on the live pictures out of Washington, I mean, there was nothing Trump wanted more. And it was really the line of reporting that unearthed what we would later learn to be sourced all the way up to General Kelly and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs,
Someone
Mark
tell
Milley.
me when Nick goes live,
Trump's,
please.
Appetite for
only when he is actually live, not when his lobby's open. Only when he's actually live.
Serving our country. I mean, Trump's
that was from
appetite
you.
for North
Thank
Korean
you. I do
displays and
appreciate
military
it.
might. I mean, there really really is a lot that we know about Trump on this day from the last time we covered Trump on this day, the first time he won and during his presidency. And I think the struggles to sort of ask questions about whether Biden's adherence to the institutions and the rule of law are going to serve the democracy won't be answered for another generation. We won't know the answers to any of those questions for 50 to 100 years. What those politicians do, though, I think we also can't punch holes in because it's all they know. It's all that we've ever known until Trump. And so George W. Bush and Barack Obama and Kamala Harris being there, they're there because that's the normal thing to do, is to attend. But I think that one of the frames that I've held Trump up to in the last 60 days has been what Trump did last time. And to go back to the people, I mean, Chairman Milley, General Mattis.
I'll just say that was Dan and Marilyn Quayle, former Vice President.
Interestingly, two people who Mike Pence consulted ahead of January 6th. I mean, the ties to all the people in attendance today, just over the last 4 years, is so interesting to me. I mean, Quayle and Pence ended up on the other side of Trump because of their adherence to the Constitution. That document Trump promises to blow up if the reporting holds and his executive orders.
Trump's blowing up the Constitution, Nicole. Okay.
I mean, I think one of the great sort of measures and yardsticks we can turn to is Trump today versus Trump 8 years ago.
Oh, interesting. Just in terms, again, of the visuals here, to see the cabinet nominees and Trump appointees come in sort of formally with Tulsi Gabbard
behind him
and Vivek Ramaswamy at the rear of that procession. It should be noted that Vivek Ramaswamy is not going to have any sort of government job. He was going to be involved with DOJ. He is now not going to be involved with DOJ. There's former Vice President Mike Pence.
Mike Pence has got some fucking balls showing up in this. Can you imagine what that's like for Mike Pence right now?
His wife at the Jimmy Carter funeral very pointedly did not stand and greet Donald Trump when he entered, even though Mike Pence did. But we saw Ramaswamy there. He's not going to be part of the government. Tulsi Gabbard there at the end. And then it's sort of seamlessly into donors and billionaires who are, or what are they doing there? And then seamlessly into Javier Milei and other right-wing political leaders from foreign countries, which, again, is not a normal thing to have at a presidential inauguration. But seeing all of those people essentially as an amalgam, which is the way they're standing there today, is itself a bit of a visual metaphor for this strange moment that we are in. Elon Musk
and ensuring that they are not chilly. They're all there without their coats, without their overcoats on, to make sure that they're comfortable. One mustn't allow the super wealthy to be cold. I'm just noting that on this
Mark
day,
Zuckerberg's there.
Retired Capitol Police Sergeant Aquilino Gonell issued a statement.
The tech bros really do own
because,
Trump, don't they?
The other juxtaposition to Nicole's point is the today of 4 years ago, when Donald Trump did not attend.
I don't want Elon Musk to have an office in the White House. I don't want these people in charge of anything.
Well, actually, they didn't get to do.
Why does that woman have a bra out? Like, what the fuck? You're at the inauguration, lady. Put on a shirt.
He issued a statement today saying on January 6th,
I'm not like a prude or anything, but like, I don't want to see a negligee at the inauguration. Put on a shirt.
Attack the Capitol, injuring me and my colleagues. My colleagues and I protected
why
all
is she
elected
dressed
officials,
like this? Is deeply
regardless
disturbing
of what
to me.
party they belonged. An immigrant.
I don't get it.
Nearly lost my life defending the Constitution.
It's Bezos' wife. You're right. It's fucking Jeff Bezos' wife. You're right. She needs to put on a shirt. Seriously.
And the fact that he needed
this is the inauguration. This is not the club.
Pardon that he and other police officers who defended this Capitol had to on today thank the outgoing president for pardoning them for no crimes. And for simply doing the job of defending some of the very people in this room it is something to note on today.
Tom Cotton and Bernie Sanders preferring their phones to conversation with one another as they sit there together.
That's a choice. Just watching this, to Joy's point, it's striking. We don't typically, of course, see the inauguration in the Capitol building and just the role of the building itself in history. I mean, I've lived in Washington on and off for 20 years. Many of us lived there at different times. In a city of small buildings, this is a building everybody knows that is a big building. And even today, as we were watching Trump and Biden, we couldn't see them, but watching their car move, I mean,
there will be a
protest
starting later. It doesn't
Joe
start
Biden
until
preemptively pardoned
there will be protests
members
later,
of the January
guys. Calm
6th
down.
committee, people who had investigated the
Later.
attack on
It's
this
early.
very building. We don't know what's going to happen, but after this, the incoming president might pardon the insurrectionists who walked into this building.
The
And so the bookends
insurrectionists.
of this day just do tell the story of just the strangeness, the abnormality about this moment in history.
The crowd at the Capital One Arena that's watching this just on screens, like the rest of us are at home, reportedly booed when Mike Pence was seen to be walking out of the rotunda tonight.
This is.
They're
This
like,
is a matter
how
of
dare
stagecraft.
they?
Such a weird
How
thing
dare
that's
they
happening.
boo Mike
I mean, I
Pence?
think the divide between what is
Oh,
like
my
the largest
word.
backing
What a
band
lack
of
of
billionaires
decorum.
you've ever seen, right? Standing with Trump, looking out onto a sea of elected officials. I don't know if that's the actual breakdown, but it really feels like the rich people get to stand next to Trump and face out at the people who will serve him in Congress. That is very, very
Hillary's
a choice, and Nicole knows this well too. I mean, there's no question the inaugural committee got to decide who was in that room. They could have made the decision. We want 200
she
seats
even
for normal
dragged
people,
Bill out?
right? They didn't, and that's important to note too.
Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton
Hillary's
arriving.
leading
Again, we've
Bill
seen Dan
like
and
a
Marilyn
dog.
Quayle, former Vice President Dan Quayle. We've seen Vice President Mike Pence arriving pointedly on
You
his
would not
own.
know that Bill is
Karen
actually
Pence,
the
if you're
former
watching at
president
home,
in that
God bless you.
relationship.
She and Michelle Obama said, not tonight, not today.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the pardons again, and Caroline Edwards is one of the Capitol Police officers who's still working, and there's George W. Bush and Laura Bush.
There
I
they
think
are.
maybe one of his most famous quotes ever might have been Trump 1.0.
W.
Some strange bleep, right?
W's looking
That was
rather
some
spry
weird
today.
bleep that
Yeah,
he said
rhymes
after
with
Trump's
hits.
first inaugural.
It looks like he has some thoughts right now.
The Trump grandchildren.
Those are the Kushner children, I believe, entering.
Alex, I feel like we're perfect complements to one another. The people who
Oh,
I do not
there he
recognize
is.
are the people who
There
you
he
know.
is. Obama. No Michelle today.
On his own.
Also arriving on his own, former President Barack Obama, as Joy just noted. Michelle Obama, the former First Lady, elected not to attend today's proceedings. She also did not attend proceedings for former President Carter's funeral a few weeks ago in Washington. While we're talking about the history of this room, the rotunda, of course, less than 2 weeks ago, was the host to Jimmy Carter lying in state. That was in this room.
And it was also incredibly cold.
Nick should be going live anytime now.
Myself and my anchor producer tried to get to it. We never made it. It was a 3.5-hour wait in about like 9-degree freezing temperatures. So talk about cold. But the lines and the throngs.
Nick's already got
who
10,000
did make
people
the
watching him.
3-hour wait. It was pretty incredible, the outpouring for President Carter and people who were there with their
Not even
children in
live
some
yet.
cases.
Everyone missed him.
Shivering, trying to stay warm to get into this very space to honor the late, and I would say great.
Let's not worry about James unless
While we were watching
absolutely
these scenes,
necessary.
our
Just
Anna
post it to the
Cabrera
GC.
is
That's
at the
fine.
Capital One Arena. We did just have that reporting that when the screens that people are watching at the Capital One Arena showed former Vice President Mike Pence arriving alone, the Capital One Arena crowd booed the image of him. Anna, thanks very much for helping us understand what we're seeing here. 20,000 people, 20,000 seats at the Capital One Arena. What's the scene like there as people are watching these proceedings on screens?
Well, this place is still filling up. People are sort of streaming in. Remember, a lot of the folks here thought they were going to be on the National Mall. Big change of plans, including where they are witnessing today's historic events. I will say there is a jumbotron of sorts, or a big screen in this room, and that's where they're seeing all the activity. You're right. They booed when they saw Mike Pence show up there. They cheered when they saw Elon Musk, for example.
Yeah, you want to know why they weren't outside waiting for Trump? Because they were in the arena.
The Clintons when they walked in, along with chants of lock her up, obviously referencing Hillary Clinton and the first Trump election. And now you hear cheers. So lots of cheers every time you see a Trump family member, including the president-elect, including his vice president-elect, J.D. Vance, and his wife as well. I will say the folks we've been talking to here had big plans to be part of this big day outside on the National Mall, and we're ready to bundle up and take part in it this way. They're glad to be warm in inside, but they did wait in line since around 4:30 this morning. Some of the folks we spoke to in kind of the front rows of this venue in order to make sure they had a seat in this room so that it wouldn't be all for naught to come here. Some as far away as America Samoa, who traveled 48 hours to be here. So a little different than what they were expecting. But nonetheless, people are optimistic about what's to come, not just today and what they'll hear from soon-to-be President Trump, but what he may deliver in the next 4 years. Hopes for personal prosperity and also peace. Peace at home and peace in the world. I
Shut the fuck up, Mark. Shut the fuck up.
He believes Trump can deliver on ending wars.
Shut the fuck up right now. Nick has 500,000 followers on Twitter. Nick can ratio anyone on Twitter he wants to. It's not a small pool of dedicated fans. That's a massive cope.
You said people are streaming
we don't besmirch Nick Fuentes here. So shut the fuck up.
To get inside.
Well, we are inside. There were long lines when we came in a couple of hours ago. But if we can pan up, you can see the nosebleeds still have a few chairs that are open right now. Those sections, though, have been filling up in the past couple of hours. They were empty when we walked in a couple of hours ago. Talking to the folks in the crowd, they didn't have to have specific tickets to get into this arena. It was first come, first serve. So we heard some folks started lining up as soon as the event that was here last night ended. But again, folks who were here as early as 4:30 this morning got front row seats. So again, people are continuing to come in, but we aren't expecting actual action in this
the
venue
women don't look happy.
Oh
shit! Sonia Sotomayor does not look happy.
You know, that was the plan, but how that's going to look, still to be determined. We'll keep you posted.
Anna Cabrera for us at the Capital One Arena. Anna, thank you. You're seeing the images on the screen there of members of the United States Supreme Court arriving for the inaugural. It's not like the State of the Union where some come and some don't. With the inauguration, they all come. Ketanji Brown Jackson wearing this beautiful, looks like a shell sort of necklace / collar over her judicial vestment there. Breyer also, Justice Breyer at the end there. Justice Breyer, of course, not currently sitting on the court, but a very hale and hearty, active, retired member of the United States Supreme Court, taking the opportunity to be there today for the proceedings. We do expect that the swearing in of J.D. Vance will be done by Justice Brett Kavanaugh, one of Donald Trump's appointees. We expect that the swearing in of Donald Trump will be done by Chief Justice John Roberts. Joining us now from Emancipation Hall in the Capitol is our own Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, tell us about your vantage point and what you've been seeing this morning.
It's just extraordinary, Rachel, to be here in the Rotunda. I've actually been here for previous inaugurals. During the Reagan years, I was here for one of those. And people were coming in, of course, on their way to the front where we were supposed to be out in front on West Executive. So in here,
I don't want people to notify me about Nick until he's actually
and
live.
An additional 500 in an overflow. So this is the overflow room below the Rotunda. And the last time I was in the Rotunda, the last time Donald Trump was in the Rotunda was for that viewing that you mentioned when he walked in with Melania around 6 o'clock that evening.
Happy Inauguration Day
for President Carter.
Let me know what your account name is, and I'll unblock it.
The Hill
I don't know what happened.
Before I was covering other buildings in this city, and all of these rooms are so filled with history, but particularly to see the Clintons arriving, the Quayles arriving, the Bushes arriving, and now finally taking their seats there in the Rotunda, but only about 800 people can be there. So this overflow room will also include spouses of some of the members of Congress who can't fit in. You saw Senator Klobuchar, Amy Klobuchar, of course, at the White House. That's because she, as the outgoing, when the Democrats had the majority, she was the chair of the Rules Committee, which is in charge of the inaugural. So she's in charge of this inauguration, all of the planning. And it was not their decision, as was pointed to me by members of Congress. It was definitely the president-elect's decision. And as you can see here, now the Supreme Court has come in. You can see the Trump family walking in.
Hey, guess what, Mark? You just got banned. I don't know who the fuck you are. I don't care about your opinion. Go away. Go somewhere else. You're not wanted here. Go away.
Obviously changed all of this. And we don't know if there was any tension at that tea at the White House, but certainly
we do not besmirch Nick Fuentes on this channel. If you have complaints, go somewhere else.
Today go right in the face of what President-elect Trump is planning to do. And all of that will change. We, of course, know about these executive orders, some of which are going to be legally challenged, certainly, because those involving civil service are changing laws of the United States to change civil service to be able to have thousands more political appointees. All of that is changing at high noon here in the nation's capital. Rachel?
Andrea, thank you for that. As Andrea was talking there, as you
No
noted, we saw some of
Nick,
Donald Trump's
ever.
children arrive. Ivanka Trump,
I'm literally
her
wearing
husband,
the
Jared
Nick
Kushner,
Fuentes mugshot
who managed
t-shirt
to
right now.
parlay his
Do
White
not
House
besmirch
position in
Nick.
the first Trump term into a multi-billion-dollar investment from government-controlled sovereign wealth funds in multiple Middle Eastern countries. He recently announced happily, as his father-in-law was returning to the presidency, that he'd added something like another $1.5 billion to his haul from the countries that he first made contact with because of his role in the White House. We also saw Don Jr. and Eric Trump, Tiffany Trump, and President's youngest child, Barron Trump, who is now a freshman
Hey,
at
Cardinal Griper
NYU.
over on Rumble,
We were talking
$10
earlier
Rumble
about
rant.
how
Thank you so
as
much, bro.
the
Appreciate
dignitaries
it.
and everybody involved in these proceedings, these constitutional proceedings,
Thank you.
attends the actual swearing in, the staff at the White House, which doubles not only as the president's office, but as the first family's residence, has to scramble really fast to turn everything over, move one family out, move another family in. One source inside the West Wing tells NBC News that the Oval Office is being turned over right now as we speak. President Biden had a circular rug in the Oval Office that is being replaced with the same rug that President Trump had in there during his first term, which is the sunburst patterned rug that Nancy Reagan designed for her husband that was used during Reagan's presidency.
As you look at Elon Musk figuring so prominently, not just in the transition, but in the inauguration, you think of what Timothy Snyder, I think, described as the clash between those who want oligarchy to get to fascism and those who want fascism to get to oligarchy. The feud within MAGA world between Steve Bannon and Elon Musk.
Why is it looking pixelated?
And it would certainly appear optically that Elon Musk is winning. But if you know anything about the MAGA movement, which we all do from studying it with our noses pressed against the glass for the better part of 10 years, Steve Bannon does represent the beating heart. And I wonder what he thinks of this opulence and this billionaire's club.
Why does everything look pixelated? Hang on. There's no reason for this to look pixelated. What is going on?
While, as Joy noted earlier, the base, the just grassroots supporters who spent their own money to come to Washington to this are at the hockey arena, watching it on TV, and as Anna Cabrera just reported to us, shouting, "Lock her up," at the site of Hillary Clinton
walking
in with her husband, former president.
And it's interesting because
Anything
Vivek Ramaswamy did make it into the warm room, but one of the big breaking points between him and some in the MAGA movement, maybe some of the people who were in that arena, was when he declared his support for H-1B visas, which are visas that allow a lot of people to come in for pretty good-paying tech jobs around the country. And Elon Musk and he were all in for the visas. And Steve Bannon and a lot of the Trump MAGA base were very much against them. And the winner of that fight, when Donald Trump declared a winner, were the H-1B visas and the sort of, people who believe in this
thank you
sort of
for the $20 over on Rumble
talent
from
pool
Nikki.
that
I
can
do
be brought
appreciate
in.
it, guys.
And it was
Thank you,
Vivek Ramaswamy's declaration of the mediocrity of the
Gotta
American
get my
workforce.
banner back up.
That,
Hang on,
we don't know why he is no longer going to be on this blue
Appreciate
ribbon
the super
Doge
chats,
committee,
guys.
but
We're
he's
here
not
all
going to
day.
be
We're
on
going to
it.
be doing
He
protest
did get
coverage
into the room,
later.
though. I just wonder if you calculated
We're doing
the
Nick
net worth
coverage
of that
as soon as
room,
Nick goes live.
what it would be.
Let's watch former vice presidents being announced and coming in together.
Where's Nick? Why isn't it loading?
Applause. Standing ovation from most of the room.
I wonder if you work at the Washington Post, what you think of Jeff Bezos sitting there.
I was going to say, I just think the story has not been yet written about the tensions that these billionaires are going to have to navigate, especially if they sit atop large corporations or newspapers. I mean, it's not a fait accompli that it's all just a gravy train they ride indefinitely, right? First of all, there's a natural tension, as you point out, Joy, in terms of like H-1B visas for skilled laborers. That's a real question when you talk about mass deportation rates and closing the border and, no more refugee status. And what does that mean for H-1B visas? But also, there are a lot of people that read the Washington Post.
Literally not even
right? There are a lot of people
me.
that shop on Amazon.
Did Rumble
a lot of people
crash?
that buy LVMH products. And I think to some degree we've seen malaise and a little bit of eyes closed from the American public. But I do believe that once Donald Trump is sworn in and starts actually
now it's
acting on some of the promises he's made, I don't know that the road ahead.
Now everything here is pixelated again for no good reason. Great. Everything's breaking on Inauguration Day for no good reason.
There's also, as we're watching the opulence, is the best way to describe it. I mean, one of the lessons all of these tech billionaires have learned from Elon Musk is if you give a lot of money, you're going to get access. And the inaugural committee, they raised $200 million, which is multiples of what was raised by the Biden inaugural committee and by the Obama inaugural committee. There are limitations to it. Trump can't put it in his pocket, but it's essentially a slush fund that anybody can give to. There aren't limitations like there are in campaign finance. So we've seen that lesson play out over the last couple of months.
Miriam Adelson is literally sitting behind
what happens
Trump.
with that money? What do they do with it? But also,
she's sitting behind the fucking president.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you think about the lesson,
That's
and I don't know if the reporting is as the ByteDance CEO made it to this, he was going to attend. But if you just look at what happened over the last 48 hours with ByteDance, sort of preemptively pulling TikTok access on Saturday, not even on Sunday, a day before with the post shut it down, with this post saying because of this law, and then 24 hours later, on the day they were supposed to take it down, putting it back up and crediting what they said was President Trump, but he's not president yet, and sort of giving him, or sort of promoting and actually sort of force posting to every single TikTok user praise of Donald Trump. And so I think the lesson that these CEOs have learned is pretty clear, is that preemptive
you can't
praise
hate
for
W.
Trump
Credo.
is what you need
Nick
to
is
do.
going
It's sort of
live.
a cost of doing business.
Finally.
You see President Obama and President Trump.
There's
they're
no credo.
exchanging
Oh wait, no, I'm behind. I'm
smiles.
behind.
I'm sorry. President Obama.
Okay. Nick is back.
America first.
Yay! Just in time, Nick.
Good morning, everybody. You are watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have a big day today. We are going to be watching and reacting live to the second inauguration of President Donald Trump. And it's good to be back with you. This is my first stream back here since 2024. So I hope everybody had a great holiday. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. I hope everybody's off to a great start. And we're starting off strong, locking in with a massive stream. We're going to be watching the inauguration ceremony, which includes the inauguration of the president, his speech, and then it also actually includes, for people that have not been following how this schedule has been evolving over the past few days,
patriotic.
there is also an event at the Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C., where apparently President Trump is hosting an event and is expected to sign executive orders.
Oh, Melania.
So this whole day has kind of been a little chaotic and a little bit in flux. They're not hosting the inauguration at the Capitol building outside. They say because of the weather, although many people speculate it's because of security concerns. Instead, they're hosting it inside the Capitol Rotunda, where there's a significantly limited audience. I believe it's only 750 people in attendance.
That's crazy.
They canceled the inaugural parade. And instead, it seems they're opting for an indoor event at the Capital One Arena, hockey arena. I think it's Capital One.
Oh.
But it's their hockey arena. And he's expected to do something over there. I'm not even entirely sure. They're doing a watch party there right now, which was supposed to have been canceled, but apparently is back on. So we're watching here. I'm watching here from the studio.
Oh, there's Barron.
Like I said, it's my first stream back in a long time. So welcome back to the channel. Good to be back with you.
Barron is 8 feet
and
tall.
I hope you've all been well. I took a little break. I took a little vacation after some unfortunate situations. But I'm healthy, I'm alive, and I'm safe, and I'm locked in, ready for another year. So we're going to dive in. We're going to tune in. It looks like they're getting ready here. Everybody's making their entrance. We see here the Trump family, former President Bill Clinton, Supreme Court justices. So we're going to tune in. I'm going to turn our volume on here, and we'll get ready for the president. He should be coming out any minute now.
At least the Trump orbit
Let's
hopes.
take a look.
The eyes and ears for the White House in the Senate, the place that he comes from,
Barron,
of course,
8 feet
leading
tall,
the charge on
towering
issues
above
like
everyone.
the border
Look
and
at that
immigration.
kid.
These are huge, huge priorities
8 feet
for the
tall.
incoming administration.
Barron
Same
is
when it
gonna
comes to
invent
the
his father
opioid crisis,
someday.
and Vance has obviously a very personal connection to that. This will be, he has talked a lot about his roots.
Bearing
in
the light
of
of
course, is the author of that bestseller,
That's the
Hillbilly
new
Elegies,
Trump,
and
right?
A lot of folks.
Okay, so they're just blabbing. Okay, well, we could do that. Look at Barron. There's Barron Trump. He's huge. They say he's what, 6'9", 6'9". Elon Musk, is that Sundar Pichai, Howard Lutnick, in between them right there. That's their envoy to the Middle East. RFK Jr., Jeff Bezos, Don Jr., and he got Jared Kushner and Ivanka, Eric Trump. Who's that? I don't know who that is. Lara Trump, Scott Bessent, Marco Rubio. So everybody is in attendance. Like I said, this is a smaller group. Obviously, if they had it outside at the Capitol building, or I should say in front of the Capitol, they're inside the Capitol building. If they had it in front of the Capitol building, it was expected to be many thousands of people, but instead they're limited to 750 inside the rotunda. And it really is sort of an anomaly. You know, they say that they moved the inauguration inside, again, because of the weather. But if you check the weather, it's not that cold in D.C.
Exactly. It's not that
like
cold.
25 degrees.
Yeah, it was colder on
Which
January
is cold,
6th.
but it's not that cold. It was around roughly the same temperature, I believe, when Barack Obama was inaugurated, which is what some liberals are saying. So instead, people say that it was actually out of concern for Trump's security. And people have noted that there were a number of other anomalies as well. It was announced late last week that the inauguration would be moved inside the rotunda, but there were rumors up until this morning that it would be held inside the White House, which would be completely unprecedented. They also expanded the security perimeter in the district, so the whole city is on lockdown. Here we go. It's
Mr.
starting.
Bruce Fisher.
These are folks who have done yeoman's work in scrambling to move this inauguration and these proceedings indoors. You got to think their
Can you
weekend was
imagine
pretty,
the weekend they
pretty
had?
frantic
Well,
for sure.
think about this a moment.
Okay, or maybe not. Well, I
I'm
think
gonna
this
go
is
get
it.
some
I
more
think
coffee.
he's about
I'll
to
be
enter
I'll
now.
be right back. Well,
Underway.
no,
There's
actually, no, I'm
Dr.
going to wait for a
Biden.
second. I'm going to wait to get
Oh,
coffee.
wow.
Trump enters. They can do the prayer or something.
One
I'll get
big
coffee
question
then.
is what becomes
Jill.
of the first, second gentleman. He took great pride in carving
The
new
first, second
territory for that
gentleman.
role.
It's
Will he go
over
back
for
to
him.
practicing law?
What comes next?
Will the vice
Nothing. It's
president
over.
stay
It's
in
over.
politics? One of the-
You're done. You're done. She tried. Imagine being Kamala. She's the biggest loser in all this.
Does not get an official office.
Biden is not even the biggest loser because he said he would only serve one term. Everybody knows he's too old. He got in, he served one term, he got to be president, great.
Any
Trump
Nick
wins
haters
this
get
landslide
instantly
victory.
banned in my
She's the big
chat.
loser. She was supposed to be the first black
Instantly
female
banned.
president. They made this move to
No
put her on
second
top of the
chances.
ticket. And not only did she lose, but it was like the most...
And this is for my mods too. Mods, you have the permission to instantly ban anyone, and I mean anyone that insults Nick.
40 years, maybe even 100 years, depending on how you measure it. Obviously, Reagan won a landslide. Nixon won a landslide. But when you look at county by county, every single county shifted to the right. That's something that hasn't happened in 100 years. She lost to Donald Trump after he stormed the Capitol. This is the same Capitol that Trump's supporters raided 4 years ago. He's a convicted felon. He was the first convicted felon insurrectionist to run and then win. And not only win, but win in an historic landslide, actually expand his electoral victory from 2016, and first Republican to win the popular vote in 20 years. So she's like the biggest loser of all time. And they're asking what's next for her husband? Nothing. There's no, it's over. That's it. There is no next. That's the end, politically. And same for her. They say that she's going to try and make a comeback. That's the rumor. The Democrats are saying that she's going to try and make her way back. How's that going to happen?
4 years is a long time.
I don't think so.
I think it's interesting in
Dude, look at him. Dude, look, he's seething.
All right, I'm going to go get coffee. I'll
Dude,
be
he
right
can
back,
barely
guys.
talk. Yeah, he's dying inside. Not only is he not going to be the first man, but he's going to watch this convicted felon, insurrectionist, wannabe Hitler rapist swear the oath of office and become president for another 4 years. Like, it's hard not to love that. And look, don't get me wrong. I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't really want him to win, if I'm being honest. I kind of did. I went back and forth. You know, I was a little conflicted. I didn't vote. I couldn't support him politically. Relieved to see him win, but also, anyway. But it is so, regardless, it's so delicious and yummy to watch the second man and Kamala Harris have to watch this, because they said for 10 years, you know, they said Trump wasn't normal. They said he's a dictator. It can happen here. It's fascism in America. And they're watching it happen all over. Here we go. Another 4 years. And there's Barron. What an absolute specimen. He's filling out, too. He used to be skinny, you know.
I'm back.
And he's not, like, fat, but he's filling in, man. That's an absolute unit. That's a straight-up beast. Anyway. Yeah, Jill Biden gets to watch. Jill's probably loving it. That's what's funny. He's destroyed. She's loving it. Because Jill and Joe got forced out by the Democrats. They didn't want to go. And they didn't want for Biden to be thrown out in such an ignominious fashion, really in a party coup, only for Kamala, who they only selected because she's a black woman, to take the lead. So, you know, she's relieved.
Wow, Tim Cook's there.
That Trump won.
No, is that
and
Tim Cook?
honestly,
That
I
is Tim
sort
Cook,
of
right?
thought that during the election. Like, I kind of
All
thought
the tech
that, like
people are there.
60%.
All of them.
But you know,
Boo.
after Trump won, some of the things that Joe Biden was doing after the election, it made it obvious that that was 100% real. I'm talking about that he actually wanted Trump to win. Some of the thing, the way that his whole demeanor is different, suddenly became lucid, smiling, laughing after the election. If it wasn't clear when he wore the MAGA hat after the debate, it certainly was clear after the election that Jill and Joe wanted to see Kamala go down. As sick and as surprising maybe as that seems, they actually wanted Trump to win, so she must be eating that up. Jill and Joe got to be loving that. I mean, they can't be happy that Trump won, but on some level, they're reveling in the defeat of Kamala for sure. So, like I said, limited attendance. You've got the 535 members of Congress. You've got the cabinet present. You've got the Supreme Court former presidents, George W. Bush, Bill Clinton, Obama. You've got the tech oligarchs, Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Sundar Pichai. You've got the vice president of China in attendance. The Trump family. But I think that's really it. I don't see too many other people besides that very limited crowd. So this will be interesting. This is the first inauguration since Ronald Reagan's second inauguration in 1985 that they've held it in the rotunda. Everything since then has been outside. And again, they say that's the weather. It's a little weird. I think it's because of security. And there are all sorts of rumors. They say that the surrounding police departments would not contribute police to secure the Capitol. The security perimeter, like I said, in the district expanded. Oh, there's Usha Vance. Oh, brother. Melania Trump, dude. Okay. She's the GOAT. That's actually iconic.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I know that sounds super gay, but
it is gay, Nick.
I kind of get it. Like, when you see Melania, you sort of get how gay people are like, Beyonce's an icon. I live for that. I used to think, like, how does any man look at a woman and go, oh my gosh. But honestly, when I see Melania, I kind of like the hat. She looks like the Undertaker.
Yes! Yes!
Remember when she wore that coat in the middle of that illegal immigration controversy that said, I really don't care? Like the whole country's on fire, screaming about how Trump is putting little kids in concentration camps.
Thanks for the super chat. I appreciate it.
Trump is putting Guatemalan kids in concentration camps. He's literally Hitler. And she wore a jacket that said, I really don't give a fuck, do you? Queen, like, go off. Like, I get it. I actually get it. And then she shows up to the inauguration with the hat. If Trump won't be Hitler, maybe she will.
Exactly.
You know, if Trump won't do it, I could see her. I'd vote for her. No, I wouldn't. She's pro-abortion, but look, she's kind of clamorous. I don't know what to tell you.
Threat to the continuity of government. Right now, the only people who have that oath are outgoing Biden administration officials.
So anyway, you got Tim Cook from Apple.
It's Tim Cook. I was right.
Christopher D. Macchio.
Here we go.
Well, while we've been chatting here, I've just been looking up the 20th Amendment to
Are we
make
getting
sure
a song?
it does say the terms of the president, the vice president shall end at noon on the 20th day of January. So
You had to check for that? Come on.
There. So somebody must be madly crossing things off the schedule.
Asking go back to this line of succession, though. There's no reason why there's no one been chosen?
Well, this is an active reporting target for us, as we like to say in the White House unit. And to see why that would happen, I don't know.
Okay, why are they talking?
There is no member of a Trump cabinet at this point. And so it
Can we get something without the talking? Thank you. Sheesh. Bro, who brought the Ugnaught? Cloud City representative. Dude, she's dead inside. Look at her.
She's wearing
Walk
a black
of shame.
suit.
You just POV. You just lost to a rapist felon. POV. You just got schlonged by a rapist felon, insurrectionist Hitler. And you're a black woman. And you're wearing heels.
The biggest L of all, heels.
It is a beautiful moment.
It's a beautiful
I'm not in
ceremony.
love with what we're getting, but
I like this guy's jacket. It's shiny. Is it velvet? It looks nice. Yo! I like the guy playing the drums.
Ugh, look at this fat ass. Dude, look at how ugly he is. Look at that. You know, it's not even tasteful. He's just got this, like, disgusting pig face.
And he always looks like he's wearing eyeshadow. That was nice.
Love it.
Oh, look.
Got
Looks like
Chuck
a
Schumer,
gremlin.
Mike Johnson, Klobuchar, Scalise. They're all making their way. I think it starts at 11. So we still got about a half hour before it really gets underway. Yeah, we got Steve Scalise, Chuck Schumer. Is that Scalise?
No, it's not.
You got Mike Johnson,
The
Klobuchar.
Honorable Jackie Barber, the Clerk of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson,
Who are
Mrs.
they?
Iris Weinshaw Schumer, and Mrs.
Oh.
Jennifer Scalise.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The husbands and the wives. Okay.
And there he is.
Trump. That's a good tie.
Ale.
That's an unexpected tie from Trump. I was
Looking
expecting
pretty
to wear
good. He's
red.
looking a little skinny.
Trump's looking tan. I like
The
that tie.
goat. This is just like an unstoppable machine. You have to respect. I've been hypercritical, and I will continue to be, but let's give him his due for today. This is a world historic figure.
There she is, Melania.
The Undertaker. I love it. I love her look.
Next to Barron.
Cute. That kid is an absolute unit. He's like, what, 19 or 20?
Barron's totally a groper. You
He's a
know it.
specimen.
Got quiet all of a sudden. What's going on? Why is it so quiet?
All right, what's next?
What's happening?
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States
Here we go.
and the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan.
So quiet.
Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable
Dude, he's
Kamala
happy.
Harris.
He's happy. Look at his face. Look at him. He could not be happier, and she's livid.
Well, Joe Biden doesn't know. Joe Biden has dementia. He doesn't know what's going on right now.
His wife, too. They're both, like, filled with glee.
Because it's over. It's over.
Like, he's actually cheerful. That's awesome. You love to see it.
I don't need to do this no
That's
more.
like a white solidarity moment. And it's actually beautiful to watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant at Arms
Biden's like,
and
I don't get to
doorkeeper,
need to
Jason
get shot
Bell,
up with dementia
and
drugs
House
no
Deputy
more.
Sergeant at
I can
Arms,
just fade
Mr.
away
Sean
now.
Keating.
I can go back to Delaware and fade away.
Boo.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance.
Dude, look at his fat, ugly face. The way he's standing, I just hate everything about him. Ugh. His gross beard. Gross fat face. Look at how puffy he is. I don't like him.
Okay, Nick.
And I don't like his wife. His wife, you know, is a liberal bitch. How much you want to bet? I mean, she's an immigrant.
Probably true.
And her parents are Indian supremacists. So, how much you want to bet? He's got his eyeliner on. Makeup by James Charles. That's how you know we're back. Right? That's how you know that we're back, because all the hotels have Trump merch in the lobby.
Yep.
And James Charles did J.D. Vance's makeup. That's how you know that would have never happened in 2016. James Charles doing Vance's makeup, that would have never happened in 16. That's how you know we're back. He's the latest one that had the epiphany, right? Bezos, Zuckerberg, Soros.
The Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant at Arms and doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies.
Yeah, it was John
Democratic
Thune.
Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Time for Trump. Let's get this show underway. Let's get the show started.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald
Here he
John
is.
Trump.
The GOAT. Wow. This is an historic moment. It's unbelievable. It's honestly unbelievable.
Yeah.
Everything he's been through, it's a
Melania is
10-year
like,
journey.
Donald, do not mess up my
It's
makeup,
remarkable.
Donald. Air kisses Donald.
Didn't kiss his wife? That's crazy.
Yeah, don't mess up hat, Donald.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
That is a good tie. Good tie on behalf of Trump. Oh, the protesters are out.
Ugh, look at
Actually,
his face, dude.
that's the Proud Boys.
That's so wrong.
The Proud Boys are out. Ooh.
But Trump is the GOAT. Think about it. 4 years ago,
The chairwoman of the Joint
it was
Congressional
January
Committee
6th.
on inaugural ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
And now he's back.
Ugh, Amy
For 4 months. He announced in June 2015 he'll leave office in January 2029.
Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the inaugural ceremony committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton,
No,
President
Michelle,
Bush
by the
and
way.
Laura Bush, Vice President Pence,
Which
Vice
is
President
so
Quayle and Marilyn
unbelievably
Quayle.
ignorant
Justices
and
of the
offensive
United
and
States
sick.
Supreme Court are
That
with us.
gorilla,
All 9 of them, I
Michelle
counted.
Obama,
and of course,
won't
the
go.
Trump
Well,
and
you got something
Disavow.
better to do? You're the president's
Disavow
wife?
calling her
Such a
name.
piece of
soon be
shit.
250
Sorry for the language, but
years
like
of
that
our
is so
democracy.
unbelievable.
It is
It's
the
very
moment
believable,
when
but it's
leaders
just
elevated by the will
outrageous.
of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution,
Disavow.
to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years. And today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and as is inscribed on the entrance of the United
she
States
just looks
Supreme
awful.
Court, equal justice under law.
This whole thing is like a
But what
subtweet.
makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President
She's talking
Kennedy, who at
because
one
she
point
runs
worked
the
as a
committee
senator
on the
in this building
inauguration.
and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here, it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances.
They should hold it in a
that is
church,
the very foundation
in a
of
cathedral.
our
I don't know
government.
about that.
3 equal branches of government.
Oh shit! I could send Jennifer.
That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured.
I forgot to send Jennifer the link.
As we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
All right. Hillary's there too.
Good afternoon.
Oh, and Malay in the back.
Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities
you got
God has placed before
in the
us,
back as well.
all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice.
She's seething.
So
What's
that
going
their
through her head?
nation might
He's
endure.
literally grinning.
And now, allow me to welcome
Irrepressible
Archbishop
joy.
Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God. supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please mend her every flaw.
Morning, Jennifer.
You are the
I sent you
God
the
in
link if
whom
you
we
wanna
trust,
join. If
who
not,
lives
that's
and
fine,
reigns
too.
forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory.
Dude, look at Kamala. That's a W quote. God
Let us
did.
pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation.
Look at Vance. He's even
but to the whole
praying
world.
like a fake. Oh, let me look like I'm praying
we thank
right
you
now.
for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance.
It's just
and his
everything
wife,
he
Usha,
does is fake.
and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you
And the
that brought
goat.
them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection. the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen,
W.
please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential
Here it
Oath of
is.
Office.
Dude. Those kids are brown. That's crazy. His son's name is Vivek. Bruh.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me.
Is that a Bible or is that the Vedas or
I,
something?
James David Vance, do solemnly swear
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same,
and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
Dude, look at
without
this
any
guy.
mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office on which I am about to enter. So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
J.D. Vance is Vice President of the United States. Yay!
Boo. Boo. He's so cute. Love Trump. Love
Ladies and
Trump.
gentlemen, please welcome
Hate Vance.
Chief Justice Roberts to administer the Presidential Oath of Office.
Here we go. 47.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Wow.
That's it. It's done. Trump's the president again.
Wow.
At exactly noon, too. They really got the timing of this thing down to science.
That's awesome.
Wow. Trump is president again.
There you have it.
Now let's see the executive order list. I
Trump is
wanna see all the
officially
executive orders.
47th president. Pretty historic.
Trump is back. Trump is back. See, no crazy.
It's hard to
Bible.
believe it's real. After everything, having lived it, having been a part of it. the January 6th debacle, the Capitol, Stop the Steal, the whole thing. It is probably the greatest political comeback in U.S. history. Right? Bigger than Nixon. I mean, that's just definitively the most remarkable story politically in the 21st century, maybe in 100 years. And certainly the greatest comeback. When you consider all of it, not even just the Capitol, but the charges,
What's going on?
the conviction. I mean, the whole thing, it's just, there's never been anything like it.
Melania was literally holding 2 Bibles, guys. Melania was holding 2 Bibles. Relax. Everyone calm down.
And now we'll be president for 4 years. Well, we hope 4 years. 15 years of total political domination. Think about it. He has been at the center and the definition of U.S. politics, or will have been, for 15 years. I mean, there's just never been a dynasty like that ever. Franklin Roosevelt, but slightly shorter, right? 32 to 45. So it's something.
I'm making a shawl. Fender me. I'm making a shawl that is a mystery shawl, so I don't know exactly what I'm making.
Sounds like we're having a little timing issue. Euphonium. That's probably like my favorite American song.
would like to hear Trump's speech now. Shut up, Dan Crenshaw. No one cares what you think.
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
It's official. So cool.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now.
We'll see about that.
From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first.
Love to hear that. Not as good as the first
Our
inaugural,
sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world.
This is good so far.
We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly,
Barron's gonna get his own meme
its own
coin.
people. Our
How
country
dumb.
can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. and other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we are watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, they're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is
like gloating that their houses were destroyed.
That's going to change.
That's pretty interesting. Your house was
not
destroyed.
Deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly.
It's a good speech. This is like more radical than anything from the campaign. Well,
My
recently.
recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life.
Oh, Jennifer.
Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear.
Hello.
I need to update my
But I
settings
felt
here to
then,
get
and
us a
believe
little
me,
bit-
more so now that
So
my
we can
life
actually
was
see each other.
saved
Hang on,
for
hang
a
on.
reason.
How are
I
you?
was saved by God
I'm
to
having
make
my
America
coffee.
great again.
Apparently. Let's see. How do I stack these?
I love that.
I'm definitely at bottom.
They
Well,
won't
I know how to
stand.
do it. Well, I know I can do it, but
That's so good.
vertical alignment.
Divine mandate. Literally,
Thank you very
divine mandate.
Oh, come on. Why can't I stack the things?
You want me to try to leave and come back?
Yeah,
No,
eat
it's
shit.
not
All
you.
the
It's what
former
you said.
presidents
It's
won't
not you.
stand.
Our
I just need to figure this
administration
out.
of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength.
That's not
We
it.
will move with purpose and speed to
That's
bring
not
back
it.
hope, prosperity, safety,
That's
and
not
peace
it.
for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025
Well,
is
we can hear you. We can
Liberation
see
Day.
you. I'm just trying to make it a little bit better for everyone. I don't know why it's not working. So
Yeah.
feel free to commentate, and I will continue to try to figure this out.
Alrighty.
It is
I feel
my
like we've
hope
come to
that
the
our
end of a
recent
long journey.
presidential election will be
Yes.
remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban,
no, that's not
suburban,
it.
rural, and very importantly,
Missing
we
one.
had a powerful win in all
That's not
7 swing states. And the popular vote, we won by millions.
Hey, what about whites,
Here's
dude?
what we're
What
gonna
about white people?
Here's what we're going to do.
To the Black and Hispanic communities,
everybody.
I want to thank
Oh,
you
there I am.
for the
Oh,
tremendous
my.
outpouring of love
Yay.
and trust.
I had to just
that
throw a
you
hat
have
on.
shown
I
me
kind of rolled out of
with your
bed
vote.
and
Maybe
got some coffee and
Hispanics.
came
Set
on.
records,
Not blacks.
That's all
and I
good.
will
No.
not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign.
Blacks
and I look
didn't
forward
even
to
vote for
working
Trump.
with you in the years to
Hispanics
come.
did.
Today
I
is Martin
didn't,
Luther
but other
King
Hispanics
Day, and
did.
in his honor, this will be a great honor.
Is he saying
Always
he's
In his honor,
blacks.
we
Hispanic now?
will strive
I thought he was
together to
Italian.
make his
He
dream
is. Well, he's Mexican.
a reality. We will make his dream come true.
Are you, dude? What? Dude, Martin Luther King would hate you. He would hate you. Martin Luther King Jr. would be marching with Floyd.
Yeah, this is
Well, it's
my
not
fucking
surprising.
channel. We'll do what we want. If you don't like it, go watch somewhere else.
National unity
Jesus.
is now returning to
Excuse
America,
me,
and
you're
confidence and
commentating
pride
on
is
your
soaring
own stream.
like never before.
Excuse me.
In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution. And we will not forget our God. Can't do that.
Cheap.
Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense.
Dude, no.
First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border.
Ooh. I heard immigrants are like already leaving of their own volition before they get arrested.
We'll see, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know
no
that
more
they can actually
immigrants. Get
prove
them out.
that. I don't know how they can actually prove that.
Well, they're
in
vacating
any
places.
significant number.
Just the places
All
where they were
illegal
occupying or
entry
emptying.
will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places
Criminals.
from
He
which
just
they
said
came.
it's just criminals. It's not
We
all
will
of them. It's just the
reinstate
criminals.
my remain in
There it is.
Mexico
No mass
policy.
deportation confirmed.
I will end the practice of catch and release.
Husband just was getting ready behind me, so that's why I had such a weird camera angle.
And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion
I
of our
doubt that'll
country.
happen. I hope that happens, but I doubt it.
Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities.
It seems really mellow.
As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices.
Good. Good, Trump.
Hopefully.
The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill.
Yes! Woo! We went from energy independence for the first time in our history to total dependence again with Biden.
America will be a manufacturing nation once again, And we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over
Who's
the
holding
world.
Biden up?
I don't know.
We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate,
Yes,
saving our auto
good.
industry and keeping my
Yes,
sacred
we can afford
pledge
that
to our
stuff
great
anyway.
American auto workers.
Because
In
she's
other
the head
words,
of
you'll be able
the
to
inaugural
buy
committee.
the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did
It's got to be interesting to
tremendously
be
with
the
that vote.
outgoing president listening to the incoming president talking
I
about
will
all the shit
immediately
we did that he's
begin
going to
the
undo.
overhaul
I mean, he's not really
of our
aware,
trade
so.
system to
Oh,
protect
I heard
American
that.
workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency.
I can't believe he gave Elon that. It's such a joke. Doge.
After years and
They should have
years
just
of
called it
illegal and
something else.
unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America.
Including anti-Semitic speech. Are we protecting that too, Trump? Because you said you're going to outlaw that. That's not free speech, Trump. We'll see. Not that I endorse anti-Semitism, but it is free
Never
speech.
again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. Something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life.
Oh, please. Yes. And DEI.
We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based.
Hear
As
that?
of today,
A colorblind
it will henceforth
meritocracy.
be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male
Good.
and female.
Whoa.
Good, Trump. Good,
Oh,
Trump.
this is awesome, dude.
It
Bro's
feels
jazzed
silly that
up
that
about
even has to be a thing.
This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate
Dalton.
with full back pay.
Yeah, Dalton can go back in the military
Dalton
now.
Claude is back in the game.
With back pay, Dalton should probably go back in the military. It's like several years worth of back. Dalton is
And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating
Serving Israel.
America's enemies.
Oh, same thing.
Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into.
So who got to go into the rotunda?
Basically,
My proudest
the bare
legacy
minimum, the
will be
congressmen,
that
the
of a
Supreme Court,
peacemaker
friends,
and
families, stuff like
unifier.
that.
That's
Cabinet.
what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families.
This smacks of Reagan so hard because the same thing was happening when he took his second oath of office.
Yes, the Palestinian hostages held by Israel are being exchanged for those criminals that were imprisoned by Hamas. That's a joke, by the way. I'm kidding.
America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of
Is he
America.
serious?
And we will restore the name
That's just dumb.
of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs.
Okay.
Seriously?
Ooh.
Okay.
W.
President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money
I'm
for
not sure,
many
like,
of these
what he's
great
going to
things
make.
he did,
Like, what was
including
the joke
the
and what was
Panama
he serious
Canal,
about in terms
which
of
has foolishly been
changing
given
names
to
and
the country of
occupying
Panama
places?
after the
I don't
United
think he's
States.
joking.
Yeah,
the
no.
United States,
It's
I
the
mean,
inauguration
has spent
speech. I don't
more
think he's
money
joking.
than
Yeah.
ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives
Which gives me
in the
pause.
building of the
'cause,
Panama Canal. We have been
not
treated very
joking about the
badly
Panama
from this
Canal.
foolish gift that should have
We should
never
probably
been made. And
help out down
Panama's
there.
promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
That's awesome. Okay, awesome. We didn't give it to China, we gave it to you. Well, now we're taking it back. Dude, I miss him so much. I did miss him as a guy.
Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars.
Do you think he's going to do that in the next 4 years?
No, it's not possible.
I don't think so, yeah.
Can't get to Mars that quickly. Like,
Dude. President, I fucking love science.
Ambition
oh, Tucker's there. Look at that.
is the lifeblood of
Aw.
a great nation.
Tucker and Laura Ingraham.
And right now, our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken.
I love that.
I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We're going to win like never before.
This is not as inspiring as I think the first inaugural speech was.
Yeah, it was a lot fierier, if I remember.
I'm a little bit exhausted. A little bit bored.
Thank you. Thank you. In recent
That was
years,
good.
our
That was
nation
good
has
fan
suffered
service.
greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very
You'll be
much.
so tired of winning.
Yeah.
So much winning.
Great speech. Honestly, I loved it.
I don't know what you're smoking, Nick, but
He's just really subdued.
yeah.
Half the people in this room are wondering when lunch and their nap time is.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
Carrie Underwood. That was the best speech I've heard from him in a long time. I wonder who wrote it. That didn't sound like Jason Miller.
Yeah, you guys asked me
Someone
where
says,
Biden
great
is. He's right
speech. There
behind
was
Carrie
no
Underwood.
weaving. Yeah, I'm glad we left the weave out of that one. When you leave the weave out, it's actually a good speech.
Oh, technical difficulties apparently. Start again.
Well, it's important to hear those themes like sovereignty and
Copyright issue.
independence. That's my favorite part
doesn't matter.
because that is really what separates nationalism from conservatism, is the focus on sovereignty and independence and the identity of the nation rather than on abstract ideological values like freedom, limited government, individualism. Maybe if it's said succinctly like that, people can understand the real distinction between what we
there's Bill
get from
Clinton.
normal
I thought the
Republicans and what
Clintons weren't
makes
coming,
Trump
or is that just misses?
unique.
No, they're both there.
Sovereignty and
Wow.
independence are actually not ideological. They're Reality.
The Obamas
It's
skipped, though, right?
structural fact.
No, Obama's there, but his wife isn't.
As opposed
Michelle
to
Obama.
things like individualism and freedom, which are ideological. So whenever he focuses on those things, America First, for example, is a statement about independence and sovereignty. It's not actually a value statement. It says the government should not be captured by special interests. So
What is going on with the music?
The words help me out here.
Acapella.
Oh, they're gonna not do it with the music?
Spacious skies for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain.
Miriam Adelson in the back. Crazy.
Yeah, I said the same thing. Trump's $100 million Israeli donor is sitting right behind Biden.
From sea to shining sea.
Yes, very moving performance with technology failure.
That was good. That was a nice moment.
I like it better without the music. That was nice.
Yeah, so I
Ladies and
thought the
gentlemen,
speech was
Senator
great.
Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Munn
Oh no.
to provide
Make sure they
prayers
get all
of
the
benediction.
religions.
Oh no.
Oh no. 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 I take it back.
Yep. See. Oh no. Oh no.
The hostages in Israel.
Disavow.
He's got the yellow ribbon. Get the
Almighty
fuck
God.
out of here.
Your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and
We love
blessed its
Jews.
inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Eshe Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans
There's
are
so many
searching
oy
for
veys
meaning.
in the chat right now.
Our merciful Father,
Everyone is oy
help
veying
us
in the
rise
chat.
to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance
Oy vey.
with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical
Is he just
values
really short, or is that a
of life
perspective thing?
and liberty,
He looks like he looks
of
like a
service
midget.
and
He
sacrifice,
might be
and
vertically
especially
challenged
of faith
a little.
and morality, which George Washington called
Did everything
the
shrink?
indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our
It's
schools
petite.
and college campuses,
Oh
which
my
have been
gosh.
experiencing such
Get the
unrest,
fuck out of here,
to
dude.
inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages,
Oh,
There it is.
fuck
both
you.
There it
American
is.
and Israeli,
Fuck
Shut up.
you.
whose pain our
Fuck
president
you,
There it is.
so
asshole.
What a
acutely
stain.
feels.
What a
you.
stain on a beautiful
We are
ceremony.
so thankful for the
Always
three
gotta
young
be
women
about
who
them,
yesterday
not about
returned
us.
home.
Ugh.
And
Disgusting.
pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel
Get
and
the fuck
throughout
out
the Middle East.
You.
Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared
It's
dream
over.
of a
Just
life
started, it's
filled
already
with peace
over.
and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing. That like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all
thought he was
of humanity
praying, but I guess not.
experience your
No,
love
he's giving a speech.
and your blessing. May it be thy will.
Oy
And let us say, Amen.
Yeah.
Let us pray for our 47th
Yeah.
president.
There's your
Heavenly
sovereignty.
Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th
All
and
right,
now
W.
our 47th president
My man.
a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will
He's got a little
use
pep in
our
his step.
47th president.
Yeah, I like him.
So we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride. from every mountainside.
Ha, I like him.
Let
right.
freedom ring and be
Let's
clear.
be classy.
Is
Gotta
called
get it.
to be a great
Hallelujah.
nation.
Come on, that's fun.
We
Elise.
believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring from the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire.
Yeah.
Let freedom ring.
Come on now.
Yeah,
from
New
the
Hampshire
mighty
shout out.
mountains of New York.
All right.
Let freedom
This isn't
ring
a drum circle.
from the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania. Let freedom ring
I almost
from the
just
snow-capped Rockies
Wait, what
of
did he say?
Colorado.
We said this
Let
isn't a
freedom
drum
ring.
circle.
Where's the
From the
decorum?
curvaceous hilltops
my God.
of California. But God, we're asking you not only that. Let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom
I used to live
ring
in
from
Stone
Lookout
Mountain,
Mountain
Georgia,
of Tennessee.
briefly.
Let freedom ring from every hill and every
At least we
molehill
didn't have a land
in
blessing.
Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing
think Sunspot's
in
got
the
a
meaning
point.
of that old
Snow's already
Negro
writing the
spiritual.
script.
Free at last.
Ugh.
Free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands
Wow,
together.
this guy
and
is
give
like
your
living.
great
He's
God
living his
great
best
glory.
life.
Let it
He
up,
is
let it up.
living his best life. Good for
Nice.
him. You know
Good
what?
for him.
Where's the decorum? It's actually like a serious
Oh, Canada,
ceremony.
Nick, that was fun.
It's kind of like when Meghan Markle married the prince and they had gospel at the wedding. It's like, yeah, this isn't actually has, but it's
Almighty
okay. But
and
it's
eternal
not
God,
exactly.
We gather here today
Oh,
in
no, we get the
reverence,
Catholic prayer.
joined in our shared hopes
Why
and
are all the
dreams
clergy so short?
for our beloved nation.
I think this is a
In
perspective
this sacred
thing. I think
moment
this
of
is
the
a, just, it's
inauguration
the
of
perspective
President
of the
Donald
podium.
J.
I don't think
Trump
they're actually that short.
and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we
now this
cherish, for
seems
the
boring
strength of
after
our
she ended with the
communities,
other guy.
and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles,
What religion is
we
this?
humbly implore that your
Catholicism,
everlasting
Nick.
love
I was gonna say,
and wisdom
Catholic, right?
will envelop them.
Well, in theory, Nick's
This
not.
is
Grant them
Lutheran
the
or
clarity
what
No,
of
this is
mind to
Catholicism,
navigate
Nick.
the challenges that lie ahead, and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled
It's
with
your
a giving
people,
spirit
Nicholas.
Right?
and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be
You oughta
beacons
know.
of hope in
It's still
times
early.
of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending
Nick isn't used to being
the
awake
dignity
now.
of all
Needs more
created
caffeine.
life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to
heart.
flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail.
This is Catholicism,
over
right? I'm not
division
just making
or
that up, though.
discord.
No, I think so.
May each decision made
Isn't
by
that
our
the
President and Vice President
Shaw thing.
reflect the values
Could be
of
maybe a
justice and
denomination
peace.
of that's not.
As we embark
But he's
on
got the
this
white
new
collar.
chapter,
No, there's no
we
denomination of
also seek your
Catholicism. It's either
comfort,
you're
No, I
Catholic
mean,
or not.
for
like
those
an
who
offshoot.
feel lost.
We've got
or
somebody said
disheartened.
Anglican. There,
Yep.
maybe a
In this
But
time
that
of
wouldn't be
transition,
Catholicism.
may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one
Episcopalian,
another,
maybe?
Episcopalian.
supporting
Yeah,
our fellow
maybe.
citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all,
Like Groypers.
seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and
Groypers are
belonging.
silenced.
As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to the faith to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance.
The hell, Nick? Where'd the sound go?
Uh-oh.
What the hell just happened to the sound,
It's a
Nick?
long prayer. Oh, whoops. I turned down the volume.
Yeah.
For the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would
Professional
never be
streamer
the
right here.
miracle
Professional
that has
streamer.
just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God.
Does he think this
then
is his
we will
time?
not
Like,
fail.
dude.
We
Isn't
stand
it?
tall. We stand proud because we are Americans.
You're milking
And
it.
Americans kneel to God and to God alone. Amen.
Well, not all of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Hands on heart,
Oh, the
everybody.
tenor's back.
Wow.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous
Interesting, Trump is saluting.
Yeah.
ramparts wayward were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets
I like his
A lot of timing issues.
I love that he's not
With the
wearing a
music.
tie. Doing it Italian style with the shirt open.
that our flag was still there. Oh, say does it take us
John Fetterman showed up wearing a hoodie and shorts to the inauguration.
Did he fucking really? What a
Yeah,
dick.
I'm looking at the picture of it on Twitter right now. Yeah.
Yay, thank you.
All right.
sir. That was
Ladies and
beautiful.
gentlemen,
Shorts.
please be seated.
What in maroon. I'm getting an education on decorum in the chat, so thanks, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats while the president and official party depart the platform.
So that's it.
Have there been any
That's it.
protests?
I haven't seen protest coverage yet because I think everyone's covering this, so I guess we'll find out.
It's a pretty good
now.
ceremony.
But there's going to be more stuff. I want to find out what's in all
All
those
things
executive
considered. I
orders.
mean, obviously,
Yeah.
look, you're going to get the black guy. You're going to get the rabbi. It is what it is. But the speech was good. I was actually surprised, because, I mean, well, let's just recognize what has been going on.
The formal hoodie.
Obviously, Trump has been accepted by mainstream society. The richest people in the world are here. Tech oligarchs.
I'm gonna go get some more coffee.
Trump is more mainstream and popular than ever. And I believe that for the past 6 to 9 months, the mainstream media has been conditioning him to act differently. He's not tweeting anymore.
True.
His speeches, at least in the final months of the campaign, were not as incisive or divisive as they used to be. And specifically after the RNC last summer in July, the New York Times praised Trump's tone. They said that it was a departure from his previous rhetoric, that he went from American carnage to unity and our future together. And they were writing in anticipation of the speech that this inaugural would continue that departure. If you remember, in Trump's first inaugural in 2017, he had a very famous line. He said, American carnage. He said, abandoned factories are like tombstones across the landscape. And that phrase, American carnage in particular, the media seized on that and said that was emblematic of a very dark tone. And so, like I said, I think in the past year, the media has been conditioning Trump to be more unifying and sunny and optimistic. And so they said his inaugural specifically would be a departure from that phrase, from the first one. So I was thinking this speech wasn't going to be good. I was thinking it was going to be in line with his RNC speech and some of the other rhetoric. But, I mean, he really went in. There was a little bit of that, but for the most part, it was classic Trump. And in particular, he really went at the political establishment, which is classic. So it was anti-establishment, but it was also very heavy on those nationalist themes, like I said, sovereignty,
I don't
independence.
see protest coverage, so if you have protest coverage...
America first. American identity and nationhood. So
okay,
for those reasons, I liked it.
Where did you post? I mean,
thematically, this was classic Trump. Like I said, hit the political establishment really hard, characterized himself as a departure not merely from the left, but from like the past 30 years of post-Cold War presidents. And then again, reiterating those other themes about our identity as a nation, sovereignty, independence. Those are very important words in the context of globalization. Now, here's where it falls apart a little bit for me.
Okay, but he can
in
say
terms
where.
of policy, it's all the stuff that we have come to expect. Border security.
Can you just tell me where?
Energy, some focus on technology, government efficiency, that sort of thing. The foreign policy stuff was actually surprisingly good. He talked about not getting into foreign wars. Didn't even really talk about Israel specifically.
I literally just need to know where. Okay.
And reducing inflation and trade.
We're not listening to
Here's the thing.
I see.
You got to keep in mind that the core issues that Trump was elected on, I'm going to turn this music off because it's super annoying. The core issues that Trump got elected on in 2016 were these: immigration, foreign policy, and trade. Specifically, an America First immigration policy that meant building a border wall, a physical, real, 30-foot tall concrete wall, the specifications for which were revealed in 2018, that extends to at least 1,000 out of 2,000 miles of the southern border. But it also means mass deportations. It also means even reducing legal immigration. On foreign policy, it was about ending America's involvement in Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, and even reducing the reliance on the United States by South Korea, Germany, the NATO alliance.
Okay, I'm trying to bring up some protest
And then finally,
coverage.
on trade,
but I'm
it
getting
was
an
about
ad.
creating a robust and thorough trade program called industrial policy. That means that tariffs are here to stay. It means they're a systemic part of our economy. And the reason I say that is because that's actually not how they were treated in the first term
I'm
under
working on
Biden,
it.
or
It's not loading.
the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, doesn't think about it this way. Here's where there's been a departure in this inaugural address and in the recent...
protest coverage, which is going to be a little bit shaky because it's someone on the ground.
Find a place I can stop to tie my shoe.
Is Unicorn Riot? Are they there? So I'll look them up too. I need to pee real quick, so I'll be right back. Hold down the fort, Jennifer. Okay.
I got it.
Okay.
Yeah. Not a lot of people here protesting. Maybe the parade hasn't shown up yet.
You missed the show while you were trying to...
I seem to remember, remember the big, huge Pussy Hat convention? There was like thousands of people in the street, it looked like.
All right, I'm back.
Here's some
Shoes are tied. It's very difficult to do anything with my hands right now. I can't feel my hands. Tying my shoe, changing the battery.
I think the bike cops are definitely out in full force. Can't read any of that.
I can't hear them. They're chanting, "We're fired up." Well, I can't take it no more.
There's a lot of very
Won't take it
angry
anymore.
walking.
Yup.
Fired up,
have
won't
that.
take it no more. All right, we are crossing U
This
Street.
is nothing compared to the Pussy Hat
For those who are
convention
familiar
from
with DC area,
his
Doesn't
first
matter.
inauguration.
It doesn't matter in the slightest, though, because these
16.
people are more left wing. The pink
Well,
pussy
true.
hats were mostly progressives and liberals. This is not the same thing. And also, we can't see how many of them there are, so we don't really actually even know.
Yeah, we haven't gotten behind the banners yet. They were like extended, just block after block, though. There wasn't, I don't remember a march or anything, but.
Well, like I said, it doesn't matter, because these are more far left than they are by like a long degree. These are all radical revolutionary socialists. Socialism beats fascism sign. Socialism sign.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's a lot of fucking protesters. You can see it goes way the fuck back.
Oh, okay, I see it now. Money for people being, yeah, that's called earning it, isn't it? Isn't that what you do? What
they're saying is defund the war machine and put it to socialism instead. That's what they're talking
I get it.
But it's important other people get it too. I mean,
that's true.
Owning the libs is not going to solve the problem if people don't understand what's going on, you know? It's like,
I'll be the layperson going, what's that? What's that?
Okay.
Smart. Keep it smart person.
We've been watching these groups for a while. We actually did go inside their organizing calls right after the election. This is the People's Forum, is one of the main organizers here. We've covered them on Socialism Saturday before. You're going to see the Party for Socialism and Liberation here. You're going to see something called the Answer Coalition here. These are all far left groups. These are revolutionaries. These are not Democrats. These are not liberals. These are not progressives. These are revolutionaries. Do you know what that means? Yep, well, I'm sure that's going to solve everything. I'm sure that's going to lead to them not protesting anymore. I'm sure that's definitely going to fix the problem. Thank you. Guys, as a reminder, we do not own the libs on this channel because it doesn't work and it doesn't mean anything, and it just gets in the way of people actually understanding what's going on.
Well, I think there's a good point in that statement, though, because that is what they do. They just rotate through tyrants no matter who's fighting what.
Yeah, it doesn't matter though. Is that going to fix the problem? It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like when people say stuff like that, it doesn't matter if it's a good point or not. Because it's not going to stop them from doing exactly what they're doing. The only thing it does is it turns people's brains off from paying attention to it.
Yeah, just join the group think, everybody.
I do still have Nick's coverage up too. We might go back, just depending. Looks like they're getting ready for Biden to get on the helicopter and leave or something.
Are those all bike cops, or are those part
Those are
of
bike
the
cops. Another
Okay.
socialism sign right there.
I'm really tired of everything being made about the Middle East, I have to say.
Well, perhaps if we weren't so cucked for Israel. Well, exactly. Yeah, Trump said that these people don't exist anymore. Exactly. Well, here they are.
Wasn't he talking about, like, in the past history when they were fighting wars against?
I think that Trump and his audience are convinced that these people don't exist. Or
I
that
hope
they've
not.
lost. Because I see it all the time. And
That would be very foolish.
Yeah, they are foolish. Yeah, they are foolish. Yeah. Communism is over, guys. These people don't really exist.
Yep, we won. It's over. Everybody go home.
It's
Back to your
over.
lives, citizens.
Yeah.
So what'll shut these people up?
What do you mean? What?
Well, all these protesters, I mean, what would make them happy?
They want to overthrow the federal government. These are revolutionary
So it's
socialists.
not even
They wanna
about
overthrow the
Palestine and
federal-
Israel.
No, it's not about it at all.
Hey guys, where else are you going to see this kind of coverage? You're not going to see it on mainstream media and not from many independent channels either. Okay, because not many independent outlets are able to do what we do, going on the ground, covering these protests and other stories live. All right, and that's only possible because of you, the viewers.
All right,
So
let's
they're
go back
using-
over
So
to
super chat.
Nick. Go ahead,
Okay,
Jennifer.
so they're using Palestine and all of that
Being
as
a
an
non-interventionist or something like
their communism.
having an America First
There
foreign
are
policy.
there
I
are
support
legitimate
that. Being a protectionist, I support
like
that.
free Palestine.
Being an
There is a
immigration
legitimate free
restrictionist, I
Palestine
support
movement that's
that.
always existed, that's
Some of these
existed for a
issues are
long time.
stronger on the
No,
others.
most of the people
His
that you're
entire
seeing
cabinet
protesting
is
today
against him
are
on all
not
of those.
part of the original free
That's the
Palestine
trouble.
movement. They're using it as an
Because
issue to
in
recruit more
politics,
people to the
personnel
left.
is
That's
policy.
it. That's
Okay.
all they're
we
doing.
have a great president, and
So now
he
there's
seems
ceremony of
mostly
Biden and Jill
aligned,
getting on the
but
helicopter
the people that
and
he
leaving.
selected and appointed to run his cabinet are really not aligned on
Yeah,
any
they
of
could have had
that.
this inauguration outside.
And if they are running
They
these
could
departments
have
and
all the people that
agencies,
were probably there. Are
they
really,
get to affect
I would
the
have been so
policies.
sad if I'd have missed it, and I had a.
And so
I
now
would
the
have been
question
or
is,
whatever.
has Trump learned
I'm so
from
glad I
his
didn't
mistakes
go
the first
because I was
time?
thinking about going, and then I was just like,
Already, I would say,
I don't really want to. And
if I were to bet now,
I'm really glad
no,
I didn't now.
because his appointments are all terrible. Mike Waltz, his national security advisor, is like a neocon. Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, neocon. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, neocon. Our DHS Secretary, Kristi Noem, is not a border hawk, and she's not strong. It's Christian Nielsen all over again. She was DHS Secretary the first time. She was terrible. And in terms of trade, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, just as bad as Mnuchin in terms of trade. Like, this guy's not a protectionist. He's literally a gay Soros Wall Street guy. So the personnel is already not better. So the question is Trump going to be more energetic? Will Vance enforce Trump's will? Will the chief of staff, Susie Wiles, enforce his will? I wouldn't count on it. So
I just want to see
it was a
Biden
good
leaving in the
speech.
helicopter.
Yeah, he just got on
Thematically,
board.
it lays bare some
Yep.
of the shortcomings in terms of policy. The cabinet appointments do not inspire confidence that the second term will be as good as the speech or that he's learned his lesson from the first term. With that being said, I'm relieved that Trump is president. I'm glad he's back. I
hope
love
those
him as
two
a man.
make an effective team.
Whatever you think about him, whatever you think
about
about the
Vance, I just hope
possibilities
they make
of
an
the second
effective
term,
team.
he's just a remarkable human
Yeah,
being.
I don't know.
It's a remarkable, the power and the weight of his story. It really shakes you to your core. Everything he's been through, everything we've been through, I've been through in this movement. I have a lot of sentimentality. and a deep
WhiteHouse.gov has a
attachment
Trump
to
ad
him
on
and
it
to
right
this
now.
movement. So this
WhiteHouse.gov
my critique
literally has
doesn't
a
come from
fucking
a
Trump
place of
ad on it.
hatred
Hang on.
or
Let me
personal
bring it up.
animosity
Let me
at
bring it
all.
up. Let me
It just
bring it
comes from-
up. Quiet, Nick. Quiet. Hang on. Let's share
Can
this
groping
tab.
be a verb too? Like, is he groping right now?
I don't know if he's. No, he's not groping right now.
Not
No,
groping.
no. That's not what groping means. I'll tell you that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, here's WhiteHouse.gov. That's actually pretty cool, if I'm being
That was
honest
nice.
about it. That's a nice little it's a nice little intro, Donald.
It's like I see you. Everything the light touches.
Trump. Oh, the executive orders. Okay, hang on. Let's take a look at the executive orders. Oh, it's not. There's nothing there yet. I want the executive orders, man.
Seriously.
And it's not
I want
that they're
the
not going
list
to
of
be
executive
perfect.
orders.
It's that, and here's my concern. I think that things are going to be good enough that it's going to bring all of these people back into the fold.
that
This
so,
is my
Milo?
primary
Thanks.
concern. When Trump ran in 2016, he ran as a revolutionary.
He's giving me the
And
definition
now
of
that he's
groping.
won the second
Oh,
time,
that's not the definition of groping.
the
That's not
acceptance
what it is. No,
of
it's
the
not.
and tolerance of Trump by the system, to me, shows he's no longer a threat.
I'm moderately out of the
And
loop.
it seems like all these people that were storming
It's
the
a little
Capitol
bit more
4 years
vulgar
ago
than that.
and thought the
I
elections
wouldn't really
were
worry
rigged
about
and
it
the
too much.
system was
Let's
rigged,
let's just move on.
they're now firmly back on the plantation.
No, Milo, that's
voting
not
and
what it is.
believing in
No,
the
that's not what it
legitimacy and efficacy of the
Just trust me,
institutions.
that's not what it is.
And I think Trump is actually having re-entrenching or retrenching effect on the political establishment. I think he creates confidence and credibility, ironically, for the system. And I don't necessarily think that's a
I'm
good
looking at
thing.
the protests. They're just
And I
kind of
will
walking
add,
around.
I mean, look, it was a crisis 10 years ago. The border, the economy,
I want the executive
foreign
orders.
policy. It was an absolute crisis 10 years
Well,
ago.
how many? I'm hearing
Here we are 10
100,
years later.
200. I don't know how many.
Everything's worse.
I think it's like I heard 200.
And yet Trump is less radical.
gonna
So
be a lot.
there needs to be
I
a
think they're
sense of
just updating the
urgency
website.
and forward momentum. And I feel like if it's not that it's not going to be perfect. It's that it's only going to be moderately good. Everyone's back in the fold, and things have only gotten worse in the past 10 years.
Oh, there goes Biden.
And is that
There he
politically really
goes.
beneficial for our cause? I would have actually
Flying
preferred, even though
away.
Kamala would be worse in every way, it would have incubated radicalism, anger, distrust,
Off into the sunset.
and yes, instability, chaos. It would be bad. It would be maybe horrible, maybe catastrophic.
I hope he can relax
But
and
I
just
think it would
enjoy
have
being an old
unleashed
man
a
now.
lot of energy
Yep.
that could have actually
Exactly.
propelled the country into a real revolutionary period where there could be actual change. So I really took like an accelerationist position. And with Trump in office, I think there's this release of pressure. I think there is this retrenchment of the establishment. I think it gives credibility to the
God,
government
Trump's
again.
cabinet sucks.
And I don't know that that's the best thing. So I'm going to give Trump a chance. I'm going to
getting
be
an ad on the
watching
protest.
for the
We'll go
next,
over there in a
hopefully
second.
for the next 4 years, if no one else tries to kill me and succeeds. Hopefully, knock on wood,
Bless
I
his
will
heart.
be here for the next 4 years.
Yep.
And I'll be watching with you guys every day, Monday through Friday, 8 o'clock Central. And we're going to tell it
What's
to you
this?
honestly.
Oh, are
I'm
we
going to
doing
be
like a
objective
press
about
conference
it
or something?
from
What's
my
this?
point of view as a legitimate radical.
Looks like
my
it.
North Star is this.
All right,
I am
let's
a
do a press
nationalist.
conference.
I'm not a conservative. I'm a nationalist. I believe in America first. I think the country is becoming minority white. This demographic change is killing us. The genetic excellence
hope
of
he
white people
does.
is why Europe and the United States have been truly remarkable in the
Okay,
history
Nick.
of mankind.
I kind of want to see what
I
happens
think that
if he
the
doesn't,
Christian
though,
religion,
Trendolin.
specifically the Catholic version, is true.
Who's Ross?
And I think without those
Ross
things,
Ulbricht is a libertarian
whatever party is in
icon. He basically
office,
went to
this
jail
country
for
will
life
not
for
last. It
hosting
will
a
be
website.
inferior. It will be
In
objectively
which people
worse. So I think
traded
reversing the
illegal
demographic
things,
change and
essentially.
spiritual
But all he did was
apostasy,
host the website.
those
so.
are really our
But
biggest
Trump said he was
issues.
going to pardon him on day
Outside
one.
of that, In order to
And
achieve those
that is
things,
the rationale
we have
by
to
which
reclaim
the
our
leader of the
sovereignty as a
Libertarian
nation.
Party threw away all
And
her
as it
values
stands, the
to
people that are
support
standing
Trump
in the way
because
of our
she was pissed
sovereignty
off
as a nation
that her presidential
is a
nominee
fifth
lost the
column of
Libertarian
Jews.
nomination.
And
And so if he doesn't free
said
Ross
plainly,
on
that's
day
what it
one,
is.
she's pretty fucked.
When you look at Hollywood, when you look at banking,
Because
when
this
you
has
look
been
at
what
the
she's been saying
donors,
for months.
when you look
She's
at the
like,
influence
if we
of the
just save
Israel
one
lobby
life,
and
then
the
it'll all be
Mossad,
worth it. I'd be like,
how
no,
they've
Angela, no,
compromised
you
American
fucked
tech, how
over
they've
the Libertarian
compromised
Party
American
for a
intelligence,
generation.
the
Like,
media,
no, it's not.
as
But
evidenced by the response to October 7th.
Does
I
anybody
think
know
they
who the
clearly
sculpture is
are
of?
the most influential faction in our government.
I forget. I knew at one
And
point.
that has
I forget
been
now,
a
though.
major factor in the apostasy,
All right, what's going on in this
the
press
demographic
conference,
change,
Trump?
and some of the other catastrophic trends.
Stop talking,
We have
Nick.
to
Let's
confront
listen.
that. If we want to solve problems, we need control
guess
over
they're
our
still
government. We need
filing in.
sovereignty. If we want sovereignty, we need to take it from the people that currently have it. And as it stands, Trump has been captured by this
My gut tells
Israel
me he's
lobby.
not gonna. My gut tells me he's not gonna do it.
Atheism,
And I kind of want to.
secularism,
And again,
liberalism,
I want him to do it.
leftism. These are all the fruits of revolutionary Jewish intellectuals and activists over the last 100 to 200 years. We have to be honest about it. So that's my North Star. That's how I'm judging these things. I'm not judging these things by tax cuts, unemployment, GDP. I'm not judging it by...
Here, let's go back over to protests while we're waiting for them to enter the room. I'll go back to Nick once Trump actually gets in front of the camera.
They're sitting now. They're
Reject
angrily sitting.
AIPAC.
Real men don't bomb.
Party for Socialism. This whole sign in the front is Party for Socialism and Liberation. About the workers, it says PSL on it. Oh, you guys can't hear the sound. Shit. My B, I can hear it, so I assumed you could. Here, that's Party for Socialism and Liberation right in the front.
Free Palestine. Free, free Palestine.
Free, free Palestine. Oh, Mike Johnson's speaking now. I don't want to listen to Mike Johnson. Free, free Palestine. What's that?
Somebody has a sign that says this thing sucks.
Yeah. And that's the People's Forum in the front.
Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Occupation is a crime.
Occupation is a crime. Yeah, we're not listening to Mike Johnson.
Border walls have got to go. Border walls have got to go. From Palestine to Mexico. From Palestine to Mexico.
They're like, what country rhymes with go? Mexico.
From Palestine to Mexico.
Zionism is racism. Oh.
Border walls have got to go. Border walls have got to go.
So it looks like they're really framing it as an anti-war protest more than anything. Code Pink.
Yep, they're there. Right
Code
there.
Pink's been working with the Party of Socialism and Liberation.
We can't believe that Trump is the peace president. We need to end wars, and peace means taking care of the needs of the people. It's not just the absence of war. It's the care of the people. It's justice. So we're here for peace, to end the wars in Ukraine, to take care of the people of Palestine and end the occupation.
You know, Biden warned about the oligarchy forming in America. But yeah, we have...
Okay, Trump's coming into the press conference now, so let's go back
that
over
was
here.
present here,
Or
that
he's doing
donated
something.
vast sums of money to Trump's campaign.
doing
We're going to be
something.
talking about these emergent
I thought he was coming into the
technologies
press
that are
conference.
shaping the fifth
It
industrial
looks like
revolution.
he's entering the area.
Artificial intelligence, drones, robotics, augmented reality, virtual reality. These massive companies with a $1, $2, $3 trillion valuation, which are now the heart of the American economy. We're going to be talking about all of it. And it looks like Trump is about to speak again. So we're going to jump back into this.
Thank you,
And
Nick.
then we'll keep going. We're going to be watching the festivities all day.
That statue looks kind of Native American to me.
It is. I just don't remember exactly what it is. I've seen
Yeah.
it before, but I don't remember what it is.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man.
Ugh, disgusting glaze.
That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors because it was a beautiful ceremony.
Oh, what a pussy.
It was cold as hell outside.
Are you
So,
serious?
sir,
I heard they had some
pussy.
security, though. Security concerns,
I think it was
too.
security, but like,
He's
come
such
on,
a fucking
bro.
fake oaf.
It's not even
Fake,
snowing. It's
inauthentic
sunny.
fucking oaf.
It'd still be
Fat.
cold and sunny. It is here at
It
home.
doesn't matter. He's a man wearing an overcoat. Like he would have survived.
blew it,
Like
and
I go
then I
outside in
went
the shorts
outside
when
and
it's that
we
cold.
were
Come on.
freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there.
What is the actual
every 4
temperature?
years. Does that
I'm gonna
make
look it
sense?
up
I don't
right now.
know.
What is the actual
Because,
temperature
you
in
know, the
Washington
outdoor
D.C.
thing
right
is
now?
really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year. Some people have noticed.
20 degrees
And,
out
a
here
lot
in
of
New
times they
Hampshire. It's
suffer
23
through it.
degrees.
There was no
Shut the fuck
suffering
up.
in that
It's
room.
not
It was
that cold.
72 degrees. It was perfect with the best
That's pretty cold.
best acoustics
It's
I
not
think I've
though.
ever heard in a room.
Jennifer,
This is not so
like
bad
it gets
But
many
I just wanna
degrees
say,
below zero here. You
you're
want to know
a
cold?
younger,
Have it be
Oh,
below
yeah.
more
zero. Come
beautiful
on.
audience
Like
that
Yeah,
I
we've
just
been
spoke to.
It's
flirting with
January.
zero
I
over
wanna
here,
keep it off
too.
the
It's
record.
always this
I
cold.
want to keep that off the record because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing.
Oh, this is the
You know, when you think
overthrow
we took
flow
a
room. Okay,
journey,
I see.
I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it. And we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was... I would have chosen
The wife
her, but
glaze
somehow
is
the line
disgusting.
of the line
It's
of
absolutely
succession
disgusting.
didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple and unbelievable career. I just said to him, "You are very upwardly mobile," because he hasn't been doing it that long. But he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard, and I said, "Ooh, this may be tough," but. After that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing. And then I said to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they, is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody.
Okay,
I've
that's
never
the
met a man
Statue
like
of
this. He's got
Freedom.
How much is it, 219 or 220?
I just looked it up.
220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, you know, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least, you know? So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop, but he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise he's our hero because, you know, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she.
See you,
really loves
Rottweiler.
him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine.
I want some more angles on this protest.
Hey, by the
not
way,
just
if you're tuning out because this isn't the inauguration, make sure to follow me, smash the like button, and my show's coming back at 8 o'clock tonight, just because I can see, you know, the inauguration ceremony's over. So if you're leaving, remember, I'm going to be here at 8 o'clock tonight. The show is back. I'll be here all week.
See, I don't think
And
Unicorn Riot
then going
is
forward. So
streaming.
8 o'clock tonight, and follow the channel, but we'll be watching this.
I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, oh, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir. Calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, you know, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, you know, it's action.
No, I looked up the wrong statue. That is not the Statue of Freedom.
On the J6 hostages.
I don't know the name of the room they're in.
They're just in the main
and I was
part of
going
the Capitol.
to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people.
I don't know what the name of the room is. This is where you enter the Capitol when you
very
visit.
guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, I mean, what they did is they
I think
destroyed
Trump should
and
challenge
deleted
Joe Biden's
all
preemptive
the
pardons in the Supreme
information,
Court
all
because,
the
like, that's
hearings.
fucking ridiculous.
Practically not a thing
Yes.
left.
That he pardoned his
They
own
deleted
family.
all the
I
information.
know.
It's like
Nancy
it's so
Pelosi having turned
stupid.
down the offer
They
of
don't hold
$10
water, though,
That,
'cause
you wouldn't
that
have
is
needed
not
it.
the
pardoned.
rotunda. That's not the
500.
rotunda.
And the
No,
worst
it's
guy.
not.
Because we may have a million people.
It still
that
says
day,
Statue
the
of
people
Freedom.
that were there. You don't see any photographs. Of
That's
we have a lot
outside.
of great photos.
I'm still looking.
You don't
I
see
guess
those
I'm not really that
photographs.
worried
They don't
about the
put them in
statue,
to
if I'm
show the
honest
people
about
at
it,
the
but
Capitol.
people
I like
really want
symbolism.
But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the very... I'll bring it up right now. You know, this little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. You know what?
Okay.
They'll take
It is the
speech and
Statue of
say,
Freedom.
I didn't
All
like
right.
it because he
Settled.
left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that
Well,
were
he
committed,
didn't
you wouldn't
pardon
even
them. He
believe them,
just
the level of
stayed the execution.
violence.
He said they weren't going to be executed.
The people that were killed,
They're still
the
in
innocence
jail.
of people that were killed and children killed.
All right,
by
I'm
these people.
bored.
When he pardoned them for whatever reason, he spared them, and but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And you know, who knows what happens in the future? It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but
When are we
all
going to
of a
do the
sudden-
executive orders? I
Yeah,
mean, what
exactly,
is this even?
Nick.
Good behavior,
I
and then they
agree.
go on
When
a
are the
rampage.
executive orders coming?
One of those
That's
little
what we're here
things,
for.
right?
I want
But
the
I was gonna talk
lineup
about
of
that.
executive orders. I want to
But
know
I was
what they
really going
are.
to talk about the level of, you know, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why
Look
are
at
we
how
doing
fat
that? He was
and
pardoned.
disgusting this person is. Look at how fat, ugly, and disgusting
Calm
this
down.
person is. What a fat, ugly, disgusting human being. Look at how his face carries the fat.
Trying
Look at all this disgusting
Adam Kinzinger,
fatty
he's a super crime.
has
I never
face
saw the guy
fat
not
hanging
trying
off
to
of his
do it.
fucking face.
I look at him, I remember
And look at that
years ago,
fake
he was
laugh.
actually on my
You
side.
might have a little man crush on him,
What
actually.
What the
you don't
fuck
wanna
is
kill
that,
people in wars, they
Ethan?
turn against you. Liz
Sorry
Cheney hated the concept
for the
of-
language, but seriously,
of,
there
not
are
going to war with everybody. Let's kill
no
everybody
bigger
and spend a
fakers
lot of
than
money on
this
military equipment.
asshole and
You know,
this
where her
fat
father
ugly
Yeah,
pig.
that's actually true.
And
This ridiculous
what she did was
petri dish
incredible.
creature.
Think of it. They destroyed
Paul
and
Ryan
deleted
clone,
all of that information.
and
that
then
went
this
on for
fat
almost 2
ass,
years
who
against
I
Trump.
hate.
And the reason they did, because it was all
was scum.
false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle.
It was gross
A
scum.
Secret Service agent, that's one of the toughest human beings.
Now, what
I
is
think
his
I've
beef
ever
with
seen.
Vance?
I actually had a friend.
Vance sucks and is
said,
completely
"Please
cut
don't
to
change that
Israel
subject.
and
You
is
are the
just he's an
coolest sucker in
installed
history."
person by the tech
Remember
people
she said,
because
"I put my hands
he's
around his
Peter
neck."
Thiel's handpicked
Because
candidate.
he wouldn't go to the
Oh,
doctor.
So
okay.
Vance is
That
not to be
fiction.
trusted, like in any way.
And I
In
was
any way,
rebuffed.
he's only there
And the guy on the
because
right
the
is a
tech
massive
people wanted him
weightlifter.
there.
Interesting.
Probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly
He's not there
younger
on
than
merit.
Me. Like I won't say how.
He was a senator for 2
many
years.
years because I don't want to talk about that.
He wrote a
but
book.
lot of
He's not
years.
there on merit. He's there because he was
But I had a
Peter
friend
Thiel's
that said,
handpicked.
Why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my
Can I just
arms
pick on
around the guy
Melania's
with
hat
neck
a little
about
bit? I mean,
this
it
big.
looks nice, but I feel like
This
Even though they're
weave is
bars.
crazy.
just there's something very sus. I don't know.
I love it. I love it.
I
think
like
it's
her.
great.
I just it feels
So
I don't
wanted to
know.
talk about that.
I
I
love
think
the
it's
hat.
going to
All
be
of that stuff got
memed or
deleted,
something.
And the reason it got deleted
love it.
is they were all caught.
I like
in
how
lies.
it can cover
Secret
her
Service
eyes
testified
if she
and
wants
Yeah,
to.
it's probably good for the lights just to kind of
This
keep
is
the
like his
glare off.
first speech as the president, and it's a hellish weave.
Because,
Yep, we're back
It's
to
the
Trump
weave from hell.
rambling
Trump
with
really
no
do that
plan.
to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But
Okay,
it was
Reagan,
Dude,
I
we're
can
gonna
look
have
at
to
it that
see
way.
this
It's
fat
iconic.
face for 4
Alright.
years, maybe more.
So rather than suffer the wrath,
Nick called
like
it the
story with
Undertaker.
Nancy Pelosi,
She called her
all
the Undertaker.
10,000 soldiers.
Like in a positive
She
way,
knows
though.
it. She admitted
I
it
keep
on
thinking
tape.
like the
When
Carmen
you go to her, she's
Sandiego.
a videographer or whatever you call her.
Okay,
which
I
I'm
want a
glad she
list
is.
of the
So
executive
she
orders.
can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of.
Oh, we're
security at the
relitigating
Capitol,
January
but I
6th now.
offered them
Great, Trump. This is
up
excellent.
to 10,000
excellent
soldiers,
rambling.
even more. One time I said more, as many as you need, but you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen.
Dude, it's just like
But
a
she's busy
grievance
as hell.
festival.
And now
You're the
we have to
president.
go through
Why
the
do you...
process because they destroyed all
He
of the
won,
basic
and he
needed
just can't help
everything.
himself.
There's virtually nothing left.
You
The
just
other
got
fake story and
inaugurated.
some
He's
of the other
like,
fake stories.
yeah, so,
And many
yeah,
people
there,
came
and no
out
one
on
even
our
cares.
side.
Nancy Pelosi deleted
And
the
those
tapes.
people
Like,
now
dude,
gotta fight
you
it.
won. Let it go.
Yeah,
So that's a
exactly.
criminal offense.
Stop
If
giving
that
a
were
speech.
civil
Do
case, it would
something.
be a criminal
Exactly.
offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense.
He did, but he loves to
So
gripe,
I
though. He just
decided
loves
I'm
the
not gonna
complaining.
make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories.
I'm finding lists of the orders, but they're all
So,
like
but
behind
seriously,
paywalls.
I'd like
Yeah,
to,
they're not.
I
They're
think it's
not
a tremendous
releasing the full
success. I
list
think
yet
we're very
because
lucky
Trump
we put
hasn't
it
signed them
inside
yet, and I think
because
they're
it
just
is
doing like a
really cool.
list
We
of
just
stuff that he's already said.
went
So
to the
Yeah.
helicopter
so we just gotta wait till
out of
Trump
respect
actually shuts up and
for
goes start
something
signing
that's taken
executive
place for a
orders.
long time.
Get the pens out, Donald.
It's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach. Now you get into a helicopter. Times change, but it's pretty old custom. And it's
Thank
a
you,
Vance.
beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful
Laughing like
custom. I
that's the
wish we could
most
have had
hilarious joke.
a better relationship. I wish we could have had.
Well,
a
he's
better
taken on the role of
relationship
Mike
between
Pence
dude,
now. JD
look
Vance's
at his
job is to
face.
look
I just
longingly
can't
and
get
laugh at
over it.
everything
He's
Trump
just
does.
got one of those like fat faces. You know what I mean? Not all fat people have it, but
they never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote.
some of
almost.
them. Man,
And,
dude, look
well,
at
there's a
him.
bill coming
Oh
up
my
very shortly that
goodness.
We have a lot of Democrat votes, right?
It's like that
It's gonna
resting
be a,
fat face.
very beautiful bill.
Yuck.
I would say within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know
God
that-
forbid you gain a pound over there.
Hey, listen, Nick eats McDonald's like
Look at
every
his,
day
like,
and doesn't
look at
work
the way
out.
he's
About
looking.
to get his. He's 26. He's almost 27 years old.
Oh yeah.
And he's
Susan
Italian.
hits that
looking for
30 mark.
cookies.
Nick is going to get his soon enough, and then he's going to realize that it's all fun and games until you start growing up and your metabolism slows down, Nick.
This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace.
It's all fun and
If you have
games
200 or
until
300
your
people,
McDonald's
that would be
habit starts to
standard.
bite
Ronald
you in
Reagan
the
would go out.
ass.
I mean, outside of
Nicholas.
the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have
Get a treadmill now, Nikki.
Uh-huh.
If you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of
Dude,
the
what is
other
this?
states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points.
What are you talking
We won
about?
Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming. was
Trump
won
is
by
relitigating the election.
Nobody's ever seen
I
that.
know.
And, you know, places like California, we did.
He realizes he's not at a
We send
rally,
out, like,
right?
38 million ballots.
I don't think he does.
Nobody
I
knows
think
where the hell
he
they're
is
sending them, and then they come pouring back. The whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, "Sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID?" they have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID was
Why? Why? Why are we doing this?
I have to agree with Nick on this point.
In their
Yeah.
legislature.
Why are we doing
It was
this?
signed.
You don't need to
And I
do.
think
You're
when
the
we get things
president.
cleaned up and we
Sign
get back-
executive
You won,
orders.
dude.
He's like giving a speech about how the election that he just won in a landslide was unfair.
You know, if you look at my
Is
numbers.
he
like
saying it's
Hispanic,
unfair?
like 56%.
I must have tuned out. I don't
I mean,
know.
we were winning. We won the Texas border that had never
Trump
been
is
won,
glazing
as the
himself
governor said, he's
for
doing a
how
good job,
amazing
the
he
governor,
is.
by the way, of Texas, but
Okay,
as
Trump,
the governor
sign
said-
the fucking
It's
executive
torture, dude.
orders.
It's
Oh,
torturous.
did I get lucky?
Come on, Trump.
Lucky. Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I'll tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said? See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a
I think
partner that's
Trump's
going to
blood
work
sugar
with
might
you
be dipping.
because you didn't have. Not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall. Right? We have a fence structure that we worked on. The governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete.
I didn't love
Trump
it.
wanted a
50 feet high,
castle
like a
wall.
beautiful-
I
could've
like
been a
that
feature
idea
at
with a
White Shed.
moat.
I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean?
So they made it
way."
18
brought some of
feet.
These guys out. They climbed it like. And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put
climb
an
it.
anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. When it, you didn't have
There's
it.
videos of them.
So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall.
Form follows
We had-
functionality.
We built over 500 miles
I
of
can't stop
wall.
looking
That's
at that
why we have
green
such big
dress
numbers.
either.
The famous
Woo.
chart. that came
That's
down
an
very
aggressive
thankfully.
green.
The chart that came
I like
down
the
on
green,
my
but I
right,
don't like it on
Governor,
her or that
had I not
dress.
looked
But the
over
color
there,
is
I'm
pretty,
not
but I don't
speaking
like that
right now.
dress.
You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, and got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky. But we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up.
Oh, come
Now
on,
we have
Trump.
571 miles of wall.
Sign the
And they would
order.
always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a
Is he
piece
talking
of
about the moat?
plywood sitting
He's
there
still
for
talking about the
60
fucking wall.
years.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know if I'm actually gonna watch any more of this. What even is this now?
Going back to checking on the protest.
This is
coverage,
like
seeing what's going
the
on.
Big sharks with freaking laser beams on
luncheon.
top
Like what
of their
even
heads.
what even are we
Concord, all
watching
everything.
now?
And oh, by the way,
Trump,
they don't even want me to
I
say
just
this, but
want
what
you to
hell,
sign the
doesn't
executive
take that long
orders.
time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire.
Yeah,
for
I
all
might
of
I might just end the
different
stream and
types
go
of
do some
equipment.
work.
If
I'm like
there's a
falling
doubt, we
asleep.
hit the wire.
But we'll stick around a little bit
Whenever
longer.
we
The
just look, you
protesters are just
find the
marching
wires
around
all over the
chanting.
place up top, so we could just hook it up.
I want to
We
see
don't
what's
have
going to
to-
happen later
what is
with
the
the
point
protests,
of
to be
this?
honest.
What is-
Do too well, right?
Like,
So anyway,
after
so
dark.
we built
Ooh.
an
That's
extra
what I'm
200 miles
thinking
of
about.
wall. And the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles. Because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, getting around. So we did an extra
Yeah, there are
200
immigrant rights groups that are
miles, and
protesting.
it was all bought, and they announced.
Well, yeah,
that
this is the
they're not gonna
question.
put
Will
it
there
up.
be
And
riots?
that's when I realized they wanted
That's
open
the
borders,
question.
and that's when I realized
I
that
don't
people are
know.
gonna
Because they're just
come
marching
pouring
around right
through
now, but
the wall.
the
like
day is young.
nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that.
I was
made it
really
my number
hoping
one issue.
for
They all said inflation was the number
the
one issue. I said I disagree. I think
Screaming
people
rears
coming into
2.0.
our country from prisons and from mental institutions.
No, those are
is a bigger
progressives.
issue for
That's-
the people that I know.
I
But
don't think
no.
that's going to
Number
happen
one,
as
I talked
much.
about inflation too, but you know how many times can you say that?
Because they've
an
all
apple has
come to
doubled
some
in
sort of
cost?
level of acceptance.
I'd say it. And I'd
They've
hit
been
it
beaten
hard, but then I
down.
go back to the
Yeah.
fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States. And that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job.
We're
I'll tell
not
you, he
watching
was
the
a very
Penguin video
popular
trying to let him.
governor, but
Sorry,
now
I'm
he's
not
like
doing it.
an unbeatable governor because of your
Like,
border
no.
policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott he's a great man, great leader. And but it did make him very more. Did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation. That's right. But yeah, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it.
The weather
people
isn't
are
even that
demanding it all over.
cold.
So
The
anyway,
weather is not
so
that bad.
we built
Like,
it,
I'm sorry.
and
I
they
don't
wouldn't let us
agree
use
with
it.
that at
They
all.
wouldn't let the
Like,
governor use
the
it.
weather's
And
not that
other
bad.
governors, they wouldn't let him use it.
Anyone
But
who
he was
says
the
the
leader of the
weather is
pack
too cold
and,
for
did a great
them to
job.
go out and
then
do something on
we
Inauguration
heard
Day
about
is like
a month ago that not only
Obviously,
Yeah, but it's
were
gonna be
it's
really
never been
cold
to-
they were selling
when
it,
the
they were
sun
gonna
goes
sell it
down,
for
don't you
5
think?
cents on the
Like,
dollar.
I wouldn't
Now,
want to go out there.
5 cents on
I'm
the
used to
dollar
cold weather
then,
too, but
today
still,
we're
I got my
paying
it's
lemon.
not
twice as much to
debilitating.
bill, 'cause
It's
we bought it
just not
like
like
6 years ago.
All right.
And
the
it was just
protesters
sitting
are out in the
on
cold
ground.
weather right now, and
What
they're
do we
fine.
do? The yapping is out of
But it was
control.
just sitting on the ground.
I love
and
it, Carlin.
I
You're
heard
like, I
about
live in
it.
New Hampshire. Y'all are a
And
bunch
I
of
called the
pussies.
governor,
No,
I
I mean,
called
but
a lot
no,
of
but
people, the
seriously,
Attorney
like,
General.
yeah, everyone that's saying that that's
And
too cold to be
here's the
outside are
story.
fucking pussies.
They
Like,
were
I'm
gonna
sorry.
buy
Like,
it. It was a good business
I like,
They
it's
were
just
gonna
Where's
buy
their
it
dedication?
for
It's
5
stupid.
cents on the
And the
dollar
thing
or
is,
less.
it's like
And they were
like the people who are
calling us
saying it's
up.
too cold to be
We'll sell
outside
it to you
are
for
people who
200
are not
cents on the
committed to
dollar.
anything, like
In other
really,
words,
and they don't
it
understand
will
that these
cost
are
you
radical
twice as
far
much, so
leftists,
it's
and they
200
are committed
cents
to
on the
something,
dollar.
and they will
I said,
sacrifice
can somebody explain
being
that to
warm for a
judge?
couple hours
I mean,
to
how
do their
corrupt
thing.
is
You know,
that?
it's like
You'd think they'd say maybe we'll sell it to you
It's
for
like-
20 cents.
yeah.
30
There's not a
cents.
blizzard. There's no
About
snow.
200
It's sunny. Like
cents. So they were going to buy something for
all right, I need to pee again. I'll be right back.
5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make it would be, they'd have it down that in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were
cannot
trying
tell
to
what the
sell it back
purpose
to us.
of
They would have
this
sold it back to
is.
us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid.
Is this
probably
normal? Do
50,
they always
60
do this?
cents.
I haven't
Who
watched
knows?
an inauguration in a while, so
But
I don't know
use
if
it for
he's
scrap
supposed
metal,
to
but then
like
they made a much better deal. They
down
could
here
just
and
buy
then
it and sell it to us
tap
for
dance about how great
15, 20 times what
the
they
election
paid.
went.
20
I'm
times.
confused.
Think of it, like 20 times what they paid.
We go get a pillow.
And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general.
Yes,
Ken
he's
Paxton,
rambling, John.
They made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people.
He's
right?
unburdening himself, Reagan.
He got a great
Yes.
attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me.
So what's the?
But
I'm gonna
then the
check
governor
Twitter.
went
I
to
don't
court,
even know what
and
the
judge
what this
actually
even
became
is and what the
incensed and
itinerary
actually
is.
called for an
See, that's what I was
investigation.
just
How can
asking.
it
What
be
even
like
is
that?
this?
So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, let's stop. People always love that one. We'll
So
do this
tired
with the
of
wall.
winning.
Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too
Let me
fast.
see.
Right? But we'll get that dude and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you. It sounds like a setup.
No.
I didn't know you would end.
I am a guest, Trendler. I have no control.
There have been moments where I wasn't so happy with him. You know?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
But
you're
not
a pussy.
too many, I can tell you.
Yeah, I'm
that.
just gonna
So
say
anyway,
it.
it's good to see
You
too,
are
Governor.
like.
Great. But I just want to thank everybody.
Oh my
You've
word,
been,
16 degrees. It's
incredible. I
just a
recognize
little
so
too
many of you, so
brisk. I
crazy.
must not believe in
But,
anything,
this has been
really,
a
because
long
if
journey.
it is
This was a
16 degrees
journey that
outside, that is too cold for me to
started
stand
in
up for what I
2015,
believe in. Are you
probably started
serious?
20 years before that.
Are you
People
serious,
used
bro?
to say,
Come
"You're
on.
gonna run for president?
Like,
You're gonna run.
I
You
feel that
guys
way
were-
about snow.
You guys realize it was colder on
And then one day I
January
said,
6th.
Let's give it a shot.
It just was.
And what I talked about
I was
then
there
the
on
border,
January
too, right? It
6th.
That's a
probably
good
It
the
was
number one issue for
colder
me.
on January
Back in
6th.
2015, 2016, I talked about the
Come
border.
on.
And now I talked about the border,
Like-
but this border is much worse. We
Yeah, I
fixed
don't
the
know what
border.
this
We
even
fixed it.
is,
There's
dude.
nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have, the bad thing about it is some bad things happened, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015,
This
and
is
right
lame.
from the beginning, we went to the top.
This is lame.
Day one. They announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on.
It looks a little
Hillary.
gaunt
He
here.
didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary, a very nice person.
Yeah, a
But
little
we
bit.
took on Hillary.
This
and
is
we
kind of
defeated
fitting,
Hillary,
isn't
and
it? Like Trump
then
was
we,
always saying,
did much
when
better the
I
second
when I
time
get
in 2020.
elected,
You know, we got millions more.
it will start within 10 minutes. It will immediately, everything will immediately get better.
No president
And it's
has
like,
ever
no,
gotten that many
after
more
a
votes. I guess like
15-hour
9
weaving session.
Yeah,
Actually,
exactly.
America's golden age will start
Because of that,
after I complain for 3 more hours
and she said, "You want to do this?"
in the most
again?"
boring speech of all time.
And had we lost, and had I felt
Then
we
I'll
lost,
sign some executive orders. Like nothing has been signed yet. Nothing has been signed yet.
And this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried.
I think they need to hand out the cookies
Shouldn't
and
have
milk.
been like,
Get everybody
do the
their little
speech,
nappy.
sign the orders. It's like, no, I'm going to go
and
and
hand the pens and let's do the thing.
They tried to
yap
do it,
for a
and,
billion
902,
hours.
They gave up last time. They did bad.
Everyone's
things.
watching
This time
Trump
they
right
did
now, and
bad
he could
things.
actually be talking
You
about
know,
something
I don't
important.
know
And
if you
no,
saw
here's
Mr.
what we get.
Speaker in Washington.
Here's what we get. Are we
Their
winning
placards, They
yet?
were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer.
Come on.
A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman.
How
asked
is
me
this
yesterday,
still going on? And there's like no end in sight. It's just like one story leads into another story, into another, and they have nothing to do with anything.
There's no commentary from like
that they don't want to
the
talk to anybody. So when
legacy
you call
CNN
someone
or
from
MSNBC or
Trump,
anything.
Who
Oh,
are
we
they
can watch it.
comparing
We can watch
They
MSNBC.
say,
Actually,
"It's
that's a
none of
really
your
good idea.
business.
Let's watch
I'm not telling
MSNBC.
you."
Hang on.
There's got to be
We're
somebody
talking
having a
about the
meltdown
shy
somewhere.
Trump
That's even worse
effect.
than doing this.
I'll find
They would
MSNBC. Everyone, hold
describe that
on.
one.
Hang on. We were watching
And they didn't
MSNBC
show
earlier.
that.
It was actually kind of funny.
And then when the election happened, the vote came.
Let's
and it
listen to
was much better.
MSNBC
Much
cry
better
a little
than,
bit. That'll
"We're
make
gonna
us
win,"
feel
but
better.
They really thought, they couldn't believe, the one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states.
Protesters
We won
are
the
still just
popular
marching
vote by
around.
millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican.
They look like
I'll tell you who
relatively
came through.
peaceful.
The
Okay.
unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The
MSNBC,
firemen
where are
were
you?
great.
No, don't. Okay.
I think almost every union
Resume
was
playback.
Great. The only one that weren't great.
Extreme
although
close-up. Why?
Sean was great,
Yikes.
and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was.
Here we go.
Oh, he's greeting supporters. That's what this is, technically. Okay.
I'm talking about changing the name of Mount Denali, at the same time talking about removing diversity efforts, at the same time presenting a cabinet that is probably has the most questionable qualifications and is the least diverse that we've seen in some time. And, you know, Dr. King said in his last book, was based on a question,
Yeah, I'm
where do
not
we go
watching
from
border
here? And I think
coverage.
that's the question that we
I'll
face
tell
as
you
a
that.
country. In Dr. King's case, the second part
Unless
of
there's
that
something to
title
say.
was chaos or community. I'd like to think that we'll reach for community, but we're going to see a whole lot of chaos. And that's going to happen right away. Donald Trump is going to go. And before he even gets back to the White House, it's reported that he's going to sit at a desk at the convention center and start signing these executive orders.
Good. Start signing them now.
Lawyers are already rolling up their sleeves because there will be significant legal challenges when he talks
Oh,
about
Proud Boys
removing
and
birthright
protesters are
citizenship.
fighting.
That's not
That's
something that he
something
can
at
just
least.
easily do. It's in the fortunes of protection provided by the 14th Amendment. So I think that we're going to have to figure out as a country how to take a deep breath and as individuals and as communities figure out what kind of country that we want to live in. And we're probably going to have to dig deep and figure out how to fight for the things that you believe in. And given
Weren't they supposed to
what
do
he
that
spelled out
before
today,
the
it probably is
election?
going to be a significant fight for the
To that
soul of
point,
America.
to that point, Michelle, as we have been talking, even before his second
Oh,
speech
God, Rachel
started, which
Maddow.
is still ongoing right now. He's still
Yep.
talking in Emancipation Hall downstairs at the Visitor Center at the Capitol.
Emancipation Hall.
Public Citizen and a number of other groups have already filed the first legal challenge to one of the announced actions that he talked about in his inaugural, to the creation of the Department of Government Efficiency. They've already sued him as of essentially immediately upon him becoming president, challenging his ability to do that. So yeah, the chaos and community and that bifurcated reality ahead of us. We're already seeing it play out. Michelle Norris, thank you. I know we will be back with you. Joining us now from the U.S.-Mexico border in Otay Mesa, California, is our own Jacob
Before they
Soboroff.
archived Joe
Jacob
Biden's
there
Twitter
as,
account,
the new
they
president, as the
accidentally
47th
tweeted
president,
"America is back"
announces
with
a
the Trump
state of
video from
emergency
Joe
is
Biden's
officially
Twitter
now in
account
effect,
before it got
on the
archived,
border.
because
Does it
now
feel
it's
like an
the first
emergency
one
where you
on
are
his
standing?
archived Twitter account.
Feels no different than 20 minutes ago or 30 minutes ago or an hour
Screenshot
ago
that. They'll probably
when we
take
got
it
here
down.
early this morning,
Oh, here's
Rachel.
the
The
border.
one practical change that we do know that has gone into effect here is that CBP One app that was put into place by the Biden administration, part of their effort, stated effort to have a more fair, safe, humane, orderly process at the border, has been discontinued by the Trump administration and President Trump. I have to say, I've reported from this spot over the course of 4 different presidential administrations for NBC News and MSNBC. In the Obama administration, they told us that they managed with what they have, according to Border Patrol agents on the ground, about the wall and about the resources here. Nevertheless, the Trump administration, the first time around, replaced that wall with what you see behind me, 2 fences, a primary and a secondary one, and all of the immigration policies that you know well. The Biden administration kept some of those policies in place, despite the fact that they had promised a fair, safe, humane, orderly system, resulting in the numbers today, Rachel, being as low as they were when Donald Trump was leaving office and during similar times during his presidency. And now here we are again at the same spot along the border where you heard President Trump mention ending catch and release. That was a euphemism for the family separation policy. And here in Otay Mesa, this is the location
No,
of
it wasn't
where
a euphemism.
the
There were
namesake
two
of that
separate
lawsuit that stopped the
policies.
policy, Miss L, was separated at the port of entry here. And that was a policy. This location is effectively ground zero
for what the Republican-appointed judge who stopped it called one of the most shameful chapters in the history of the United States of America. 5,500 children deliberately taken from their mothers and fathers for no other reason than to harm them. And the facts, as journalists, we can report today, bear all of that out. And while the President Trump, is not promising family separation at the border, he is and did today promise the largest mass deportation effort in the history of the country. And that includes not taking children from their parents at the border, but taking parents from their children in the interior, including potentially in cities all across the country. I was in Los Angeles covering the wildfires just days ago with many undocumented immigrants who were participating in the cleanup effort, in the recovery effort. Where is this all going to play out? How is it going to play out? He has said he's going to deploy the military to the border and enact federal task forces to go into the interior to work with local law enforcement to deport more people than Dwight D. Eisenhower, an operation that deported over 1 million Mexicans and some Mexican Americans with a name so racist that I'm not going to say it right now on television. That is the stated goal of this incoming administration. You heard it there in the Capitol in Washington, D.C., and we are watching for the effects of it down here on the border right now, Rachel.
Jacob, let me just underscore one news point that you just made there, which is about the disappearance, the cancellation of the CBP-1 app, the Customs and Border Protection app. The purpose of that, if I'm correct, and correct me if I'm wrong, was just to give people a way to make appointments with Customs and Border Protection, essentially to try to rationalize and just make slightly more orderly our famously very disorderly immigration system. That is the app that has been canceled, that has disappeared as of today. And is it also true that all appointments that were made through that app that were still pending appointments, they have all been canceled?
Correct. Canceled, and reportedly about hundreds of thousands,
Like
actually, of scheduled appointments have been canceled. And to basically outline what it did, what that app did, decades ago, you might see thousands of people at any given time crossing at this spot behind me.
Decades ago,
that
a couple
app
months ago,
was essentially put into place to mitigate those types of crossings along the border, to give people an opportunity to show up, to have an asylum hearing, to have an interview with officials at the border. The San Ysidro Port of Entry behind me is one of the largest land border crossings in the world. It's one of the 8 ports of entry that people who made an appointment on that app could show up to and have an appointment so that they didn't have to run across the border. That app and those appointments are now gone.
Jacob Sovoroff for us in Otay Mesa in California at the border, where again an emergency has just been declared during the second inaugural address
is not
of
great,
Donald Trump.
so I'm going to wait for better.
You know, it is an extraordinary moment here, and the things that
I think
Donald
I'm
Trump
gonna
has been
run
saying,
to
I think we should.
now.
There's a lot happening in the remarks that he gave. Formally, there were a number of things that maybe people missed, but are worth, I think, redoubling our focus on. Number one, the invocation of the Alien and Enemies Act. That was meant to be a wartime measure. It was used most notably during World War II to justify, courtesy of President Roosevelt, the detention and observation of foreign nationals, including Japanese, German, and Italian Americans. It was, in many ways, seen as one of the darker chapters of American history, and Donald Trump is ready to revisit it once again. He also said today that he would expand his travel ban to deny entry to the United States to all communists and Marxists. No further details were given on that, though that is certainly a fairly blanket designation and open, I'm sure, to a lot of interpretation. Donald Trump also promised to relocate thousands of troops presently stationed overseas to the U.S.-Mexico border, a movement that would require a great number of resources. There's questions about whether that's even lawful. And then we have, in the last 15 minutes, some new reporting from NBC News that Trump and his administration have prepared a list of pardons for individuals convicted for rioting at the Capitol on January 6th. So a lot to keep track of. A lot happening this Inauguration Day.
It's good to have everyone here. It is, of course, official. I'm Chris Hayes here, sitting at the anchor desk.
That
Donald Trump is now the 47th president of the United States. He took that oath of office just about 2 hours ago. He is running currently about an hour behind, as far as we can tell. Again, the schedule a bit in flux. He, of course, just finished speaking to supporters at Emancipation Hall, where he gave essentially the speech he wanted to give. That was essentially the premise of his remarks, that he couldn't talk about a lot of things at his first speech, but he was going to give them the real scoop, a lot of it about the January 6th committee, who he disparaged in sort of traditional fashion. Trump is going to now go attend a congressional luncheon, which is part of the standard suite of events on Inauguration Day behind closed doors. He will enjoy about an hour of bipartisan gift giving and toast to his health. From here, there, he and Vice President J.D. Vance will be given first honors by a military
I don't want
contingent.
Trump to go get a
and then
sandwich.
they will travel to an indoor parade, a phrase I haven't quite encountered before, with supporters of his who were not rich or influential enough to attend the inauguration in person. And later this afternoon, Trump is expected to sign, as Alex was just alluding to, another round of executive orders at the White House. We're also looking for the possibility of pardon. So that's where our attention is now turning away from the ceremonial investiture of power to how Trump will use that power. He sort of previewed some of those executive orders in the speech.
Just
Very
want
light
to
on
know
details so far.
what the
Many of them seem more like press releases than.
Let's go over to the protest speeches and see what we can hear. Hang on.
Foreign domination and interest of imperialism in the Philippines and in Palestine and the rest of the world. We will see that Marcos Jr. will continue to intensify militarization in the Philippines, will continue to intensify attacks on human rights defenders. We will continue to see the United States bring forth funding for aerial bombings in our peasant communities, in our indigenous lands. How shameful that is.
Hey, David over on Rumble. David over on Rumble says, those protesters think they know shit, but they don't know shit. David, how does the left define capitalism? Can you tell me that?
Prime real estate by Donald Trump during his presidency. We are not our real estate. Our people should not be exploited. Our people should not be killed. And our people should not be shipped out of the Philippines just for the U.S. interests. And in this Trump and Marcos Jr. presidency of their era, we will see a stronger resistance. We will see a larger movement, and we will hear a louder voice calling against fascist, tyrannical presidents.
They will see a larger movement. They know it.
So turn your grief and despair into courage. Courage to stand with working class people. Courage to stand alongside each other. And courage to take up the streets and continue to fight, to dare to struggle, to not be afraid, and continue on the movement for a united front for the working class people. The people united
will never be defeated.
Will never be defeated. Palestino, Filipino, Namaste, imperialismo. Namaste, imperialismo. Palestine to the Philippines. From Palestine to the Philippines.
What's the deal with the Philippines?
I'm not sure exactly.
And everybody just
Give it up, give it up. No boots on the ground, no boots in the air. You are down everywhere. No boots on the ground, no bombs in the air. You are down everywhere. No boots on the ground, no bombs in the air.
Oh, this is the national banner.
No people united.
What's that?
This is a nasty banner.
Yeah. Well, they're socialists. Trump is a pig.
Right, folks, we had a slight change of plans. Our contingency is going to continue moving towards the White House. Woo!
Oh, good. They're going to the White House. Okay. The Trump administration should learn about who these people are, because right now they have no clue and they have no idea what they're talking about, and they think they can defeat these people by getting rid of DEI, which isn't true. The the very first thing that I would like the Trump administration to do is to have some sort of acknowledgement that these people are not Democrats, they're not liberals, they're not progressives. And until we get that acknowledgement, then there's just nothing that they can do, honestly. Like, if you're not going to acknowledge who your enemy... Party for Socialism and Liberation, it said so on that sign. If you aren't going to acknowledge who your enemy is, you cannot defeat them. I think that Trump will make anti-Semitic speech banned on college campuses, but I don't think he's going to end the far left on college campuses. I think he'll just ban anti-Semitic speech. So the protesters seem to be marching to the White House.
Okay, thank you very much.
I heard they had some pretty extreme fences.
Yeah, they do. Okay, now we're getting some good views of everyone. That's nice.
Money for jobs and education. Not for mass incarceration.
Prison abolition. DC statehood.
Money for jobs and education. Not for mass incarceration. Money for jobs and education.
They're saying money for jobs and education, not for jobs, not for mass incarceration.
Money for jobs and education. Not for mass incarceration. Money for jobs and education.
I wonder how far away from the White House they are.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Money for jobs and education.
Sure.
Not for mass
I think
incarceration.
if the camera guy turned around, they're probably walking straight towards it.
Jobs and education.
I don't know.
All right, guys, just to let you know, after I sign off here, Tina will be live in LA covering a protest.
That's right, because they're all over the country, the protests are right now.
Time will be 5 o'clock. So I'm guessing that's 5 p.m. Eastern time. That will be 2 p.m. LA time. So Tina will be live in LA covering the protest.
I think he's in DC though.
So make sure
he
you
is in DC,
are
but he's
subscribed
saying that
so you
someone
get
else
that
will cover it in
notification
LA.
Yeah.
for when we do go live again.
And there are protests all over the country right now. I know there's one in Manchester, New Hampshire.
But thank you all for watching. Thank you for. I'm not signing off yet. I just want to thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for your support. Super chats really help this on the ground reporting.
Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop.
Yeah, you've watched a lot of this.
Yes.
All the songs.
I know all their chants.
Fight back.
I wish this guy would let us go through the crowd or something and let us see what signs there are. Let me,
Well, even when he does, though, he doesn't really focus on the signs. Do we know who this guy is? What his affiliation is?
I don't know. He's a leftist journalist.
not chanting, John.
Let's go back to MSNBC. We'll keep an eye on this, and if they do something interesting, we'll go back to it.
Oh, good. Let's watch them eat.
Through everything that they are promising. So one of the examples they give is the action tangible, actionable, and detailed, right? So maybe Gulf of Mexico is not the thing we got our blood pressure over.
I want to see if Breakthrough
maybe it's
News
a thing
has
where all of a
coverage
sudden
too.
they're attaching funding numbers, they're attaching legislation. We actually have a sense of how they're going to carry it out. Does this thing cause irreparable harm to real people? And I think this is where immigration becomes a real issue, especially as we've heard them wanting to use force in American cities. Even just the threat of these raids already causing a chilling effect in so many places. You have schools trying to figure out, what are we going to do with these kids if all of a sudden mom and dad can't pick them up at the end of the day? The confusion and chaos that is. So that is real, and we got to keep ourselves focused on that.
About?
And does this entrench the authoritarian faction in power and make it more difficult
Oh,
to
this is a different
dislodge, right?
protest.
What here is undoable? That's why something as unsexy as Schedule F.
This is a different protest going on in D.C. right now.
Oh.
So you can see there are multiple groups that are protesting in D.C. Who are these people? These look like the Palestine. Oh no, this is New York City. I'm wrong. This is New York City. So yeah, so this is the same groups. This is People's Forum, Party for Socialism and Liberation, the Palestinian Freedom Group. That's okay. Oh! Looks like we're getting a desk. There is a desk.
Ooh.
There is a desk.
That was a fast sandwich.
There is a desk. Hang on, I gotta get the sound set up. Yeah.
We made it.
Look at Melania.
We're going to find out what exactly is being signed. Take a listen.
She always looks so well polished.
Yep. Oh, Mick is back. Let's listen over here. Let's listen to them cry over here.
Sir, the first is 22 cabinet and cabinet level appointments for your signature.
Okay.
He's like, I missed this chair. This was a good chair.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Trump signing with a giant effing Sharpie.
The next one will be, excuse me.
Thank you, Mark,
Next one will
sir.
be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir.
But you don't have to sign 47 times.
Oh, the scraping sound. Oh.
Okay.
Yes. John, I'm with you. Ooh.
Now 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively take control of the government.
Let's do that.
That's important.
Sounds important, isn't it?
Amy Klobuchar is so fucking miserable.
And we have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments.
Send it.
Commission chairman and acting chairman.
These are just appointments so far.
He was number one at Harvard also. You know that? He was number.
Good counsel.
They have something in common.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast. Very important.
Oh, proclamation about the flag. Yeah, very important. Yeah, okay.
I think, well, they had it at half-mast for Carter's passing. But yeah, I think on Inauguration Day, the flag should be up.
Inauguration Day. The sound was so good. The temperature was 72 degrees. But the sound was so good on it. So maybe something to think about. I don't know.
Now, Trump is saying it should always be inside. No, Trump, no.
Good acoustics. Yes.
All right. Now thank you. We go to lunch.
Great.
That's it? That's it?
This an
What
appointment?
the fuck, Trump?
Now
What
lunch.
the
Is he gonna do more after?
Thank you, Sarah.
Trump is just handing out pens he didn't even use.
Very nice. Very nice.
I touched this pen. It's a very good pen.
It goes back as long as helicopters. Before that, it was a stagecoach. But I thought it was beautiful. Thank you. Great job.
Great job. Thank you.
Is it too early to start drinking?
No. Not.
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you very much, guys. We go to lunch. Okay.
That one lady's really hungry. She keeps saying, let's go to lunch.
Okay.
That's it. Lame.
I'm kind of interested in his choice of tie. It looks almost like burgundy, not red. Or is it blue? I can't tell.
That was President Trump engaging in what is, I think, the traditional signing ceremony, signing off on cabinet appointments, sub-cabinet appointments, acting appointments, basically the people who are running the government, commission chairs and acting chairs to make sure that there is a seamless transition here as much as there can be. But also, at the end, signing a proclamation, I believe it is, that
are they going to do the presidential
on Inauguration
handoff?
Day, including this Inauguration Day,
Like
will
when he
fly
goes
at
and says
full
goodbye to
mast,
Biden,
which
or
is
was
not
that what that
something
was?
He already did. That was the
signed or even
helicopter,
debated on
Okay.
Inauguration Day, and has a lot to do with President Trump's concerns about the flags for
What are they having?
former President Jimmy Carter flying at half-mast on his Inauguration Day. I want to bring in now NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss to give us some perspective on all of this. Michael, flags flying at half-mast versus full-mast, not something presidents are traditionally preoccupied with on Inauguration Day, but this 47th president is unlike any other. What sticks out in your mind about the ceremonies we've seen thus far?
Well, in the case of Donald Trump, this is someone who, as we know well, was on a reality show for years, knows the importance of symbols, and I think probably thought that on a day that he was proclaiming American greatness, it didn't look great to have the flags at half-staff, although President Biden had ordained a 30-day mourning period for the late President Carter. Above and beyond that, I think what is surprising is really how little is a surprise. He was very upfront during the campaign and afterwards about the fact that he wanted to use legal presidential powers in a way that would help him to establish at least one of the strongest presidencies in history, plus the sweep of these ambitions. You heard it in that inaugural address, remaking the way that America stands in the world, our culture, our society, to some extent our political system.
What's Nick
and
saying?
the other thing that I think has not yet been commented as much about is the fact that a lot of this he's doing immediately.
Nick is
and
just doing the
almost
super
all at
chats.
once.
Nick is already done.
As both of you know,
Nick is already done.
Ronald
I'm not
Reagan,
giving
for
up.
instance,
You need to go
would
back to him.
carefully,
It's already
with
done.
some help from his aides,
I'm kind of feeling a little done too, Jennifer.
when he would deal
about
with
it.
a certain
I'm
issue,
feeling a little
first the
done.
economy,
How are you
then
feeling?
foreign policy, and so forth.
I'm munching
and
now
that has
because
been
I haven't
true of
eaten
other
today. I
presidents.
still have some
In
coffee.
Donald
I got some
Trump's
orange
case,
juice. I'm like,
almost
I'm
singularly,
good, but I feel
he
like
obviously
there's nothing
thinks that
happening. And
the best thing is to front load all of this and do it
That's
almost.
kind of where I'm at. You know what? Trump has been inaugurated. Trump is now the president again, and he's not doing anything. And it was exciting for like 30 seconds, and then Trump did a rambling speech. But any
what
final
was that?
Yeah, I don't even know. Any final thoughts, Jennifer? What do you think?
Well, I'm sure he'll come back with the pens, like after they eat. He's got to keep his blood sugar up, and then he'll go hopefully sign some things, and then we'll know what it all is. Because I'm dying to hear what all is signed. Because they're always like, day one, I'm going to blah, 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 and now we get to know what it is.
Yeah. That's all I want. I want to know what are the executive orders. I want a full list and accounting of all the executive orders that Trump is going to sign today. And I feel like they should just release it. Like, tell us what he is signing. Like, this doesn't need to be a big mystery. We don't need to draw this out all day. Like, I don't want to wait for an hour while he goes and eats a sandwich and then signs 3 more executive orders. Just tell us what he's signing. Like, I don't know why this is so complicated.
Unless there's some kind of statute that they can't release it unless it's signed into law or whatever. I really don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. So I guess we'll see later. Maybe I'll come back and stream. I'm not planning on streaming at 5 right now just because I got up early to do this. We've already been streaming for 4 hours today, so I think I'm streamed out. But we will have the community call later, guys. If you want to join the community Zoom call, that is going to be at 7 o'clock tonight. And if you would like to get access to that, you can head over to the Substack, which is Carlin, KARLYN.substack.com, and go to the digest email from yesterday. And this is where you can find all your supporter perks. You scroll all the way down to the bottom, like read what was in the email too. There's lots of good stuff in the email, but scroll all the way down to the bottom, and underneath this red box, you will find your link to the community Zoom call at 7 p.m. You will find your link to the supporter Discord. You will find your 10% off discount code in the Unwoke Art store. And speaking in the Unwoke Art store, Jennifer, if you head over to unwokeart.com, today only, 25% off the golden Trump, the classic, the iconic, always get the last laugh golden Trump mug. Adrian got her mug today. I did see that. I saw that order come through. So if you guys want that, pick it up today. The sale goes away at midnight. So go get yourself a golden Trump for 25% off. And that's in the Unwoke Art store, which is unwokeart.com. You can find a link in the description below.
Who couldn't use a golden Trump?
Yeah.
Really?
People love that mug, man. People get that mug as gifts, I'll tell you what. And then Jennifer, tomorrow we're streaming about Edgar Casey at 9 p.m. So that'll be fun. And I'm gonna find us a good video to watch for that. And we're doing actually, guys, we're doing the next episode of the Counter Revolutionary Book Club tomorrow. Jennifer, I don't know if you're actually interested in this, but for people who are interested in the Counter Revolutionary Book Club, go to the book club link on the Substack, and your next reading assignment is going to be Against the Gendered Nightmare, and we will be reading and analyzing that tomorrow on the channel at 5 p.m. for part of the Counter Revolutionary Book Club. And this is just a document that argues to abolish all gender. No big deal, Jennifer. No big deal.
It doesn't matter. It's all figurative. Nothing is real.
Yep. Exactly. So you can find the document there. You can find a link over to the Anarchist Library where you can download it and read it and get prepared, or you can just show up tomorrow and we will read it together because that's what we do.
And don't forget MacB's movie night tonight.
Oh yeah, MacB. Oh
yeah,
A
Quiet Place.
That's right. MacB has a very exciting movie night. 9 p.m. on Mondays, like right after the community Zoom call. The Quiet Place will be airing tonight in the supporter Discord. Thank you for the reminder, Jennifer. It's a great movie. If you guys have never seen The Quiet Place, or even if you have, I think MacB is going to have a lot of trivia for the movie, so that'll be in the supporter Discord tonight at 9 p.m.
Yep, they're all good movies. All 3 of the Quiet Place movies are really good. So I love that he's doing this. I'm super excited.
All good. All right, guys. Well, that's all we have for today. Thank you for joining me for inauguration coverage. And again, I'm not planning on streaming at 5 p.m. If that changes, I will send out an announcement via Twitter or Telegram or wherever I feel like it. But minimally, I will see you guys in the community Zoom call at 7 p.m. tonight. Take care, guys. Have a good one. We'll see you soon. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you? That's difficult to answer.
people dislike me because I am not completely liked.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.